smooth with a lot of muscle mass, but it's time for bullhorn to get up in that ass. Wah! Hey, motherfucker.
Hello, everyone. This is Kev, and this is Black Men Being Brutally Honest on another Sunday night. Well, the title of this show, it will be a general discussion, but just gonna just talk generally until other folks get here. Um, but anyway, I hope everyone had a good weekend. And seriously, guys, tonight could be very interesting. So, mm, 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 mm. Hopefully, everyone learns from what we're about to experience. So, anyway, I entitled this broadcast, It is Important That You Know Why They Hate. Now, Roger will be joining us momentarily. And he'll have something that he has to tell the viewing audience. And, just as far as what's going on with the Roger report. So we'll just wait till he gets here. And just wanted to share my experiences and observations of this past week in our YouTube landscape. I don't know. It seems like, someone likes to say names and say them in a disparaging way. And, this is not about to become some kind of rant against someone where I'm going to call out a name disparagingly. Because first and foremost, I believe in doing what's best for this channel right here. It's not about who I can curse out, who I can insult the best. It is about delivering good content, and it's about delivering interesting content. And sometimes when you say certain things, you rub some. And this particular instance is nothing I will apologize for, because the discussions that led up to it, there's a part one to that. Really, it's a part one and a part two to it. For those of you that listen to that broadcast, people had this tendency to try to paint things a certain way, and they'll paint it as one-sided and as biased as possible, just to make themselves look like the hero and the other guy look like the villain. But for me, in particular, I don't care about looking like a villain, because sometimes that villainy is required in order to achieve some kind of balance. But I would never ever want to intentionally just use a broadcast to shit on somebody, especially if it was secret. If they tried to pull it off in secret and didn't think I would catch it, because that's exactly how I feel about that one particular incident. But what up, Donnie? Before any before anything, I just want to say that I'm not in the practice of saying names, because I don't like to advertise people that I don't like to advertise people that if they don't want to see me do good, I'm not too particular about advertising that person. I don't want to see that person do bad, because everybody has pretty much a right to say what they're going to say in these YouTube streets. And that's something I like, but it's like I would never do anything to try to stunt somebody's growth, or say things that weren't true. I'll put it that way, or try to go out of my way to like calling myself an intellectual, but I use childish insults. That's not right. If you have to call yourself certain things, maybe you're insecure about it. Maybe you're insecure about not being that. So, Donnie, the title of this broadcast is very important that you know why they are haters.
Well, I feel like that's very important. Got to know the haters
It's
again.
not. Yeah. It's not that. It's not that we're going to call names of haters. It's we want to say why they are haters. We want to say why we want to spend this broadcast breaking this shit down because I don't understand it how a person can literally not go at someone and then still catch heat from that person. I mean, I mean, some things were said, but you know, if you're going to defeat me or debunk my talking points, I don't think that the right path is to use insults because, like, for me, I'm better at using insults, but you know, I pick my spots for that one. I want people to have quality content, you know, bullshit free content. Like, yeah,
In this day and age, it seems like it's hard to do. But jealousy, I'm gonna say, is a main component in people being a hater. Oftentimes, people get jealous and they like to have hissy fits, so they begin to hate on people. They pocket watch. They do a lot of things in order to hate. They try to make themselves into pseudo intellectuals. They pretend that they are not hating; they're doing it under the guise of something else, um, and whether that be, uh, you know, establishing a man code for the community or trying to help the community. There's a lot of various ways people hate, but yeah, most of it all breaks down to them being jealous or feeling insecure.
yeah. But if like it's pretty clear to me if I have a problem with someone, I just go ahead and deal with it right then and there. If I feel like you know, I wouldn't try to sneak this on another broadcast. I mean, I mean that's me. I would just rather deal with it and just you know while that person is there, not trying to you know because that right there is like that's what can destroy a channel. And you know, I feel like that I've really done too much to get to this point, and you know, I don't need to, you know, I would say call out names and such just to because my name was called quite frequently. I mean, you saw it, right? So for me, in order for me to deal with that properly, I would have to say that that person was making me relevant. That person was making me feel important. So thank you for the shout outs. I'm sure quite a few people want to know who Kev is at this point. You know, maybe a few more people. You know, get them over here to a channel that you know, get them over to provide some quality stuff. You know, not to knock what anybody else is doing because you know it's like this. If you I'll always give credit to your average black YouTuber. If you can get on here and you can gain a following, it's like I'm supported. I support it. I mean, I've subscribed to a lot of channels. I'm actually subscribed to more black channels than I'm actually watching. But I do want to throw people that sub in order to, you know, make sure that, you know, this is a thing that's going to develop into something big. And and trying to pull somebody down from doing it, that shit ain't cool. I mean, you know, let people be great. So, Donnie, let me ask you a question. How do you respond? What do you think is the proper way to respond to your typical hater?
Man, you know what? There's a million ways to respond, but I really say it depends on the circumstance and the situation. Um, what I'm coming to find out in the digital world, sometimes you just got to let them go away. Let them go on about
Mm-hmm.
hating themselves, via hating you, because that's really what it is. If they hating on you, it's because they hate themselves. Um, and you gotta let them be. Now, if it's a direct confrontation, you know my role is punch him in the mouth. uh, so if you would address me directly, say on a show, on a forum where I can address you and it's fair and balanced, then you know what, I'll address you. But otherwise, at this point, it's not worth giving these haters the energy because they do that to get your attention in the first place, or they do that to make a name off of you. Um, so you know, I'm learning and growing at this point. But yeah, you just got to figure out what the circumstances is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, did you come to this platform to particularly hate on anyone? Like I had to think about coming to you. Very well have sat and watched YouTube forever. You know, watch other folks' channels. You know, watch interesting conversation. But I felt like I had something to add to that conversation, and what I did on other platforms, I felt proved that. So I felt like I could come
Yeah,
here
I
too
didn't
and
even know these
do it.
niggas was
And
here. Most of
no, I didn't really like me neither. I mean, I didn't hear of a lot of them until I really started to watch others broadcast, like people that I knew from FB and other platforms. Like I started to watch their stuff, and then I started to hear about a lot of these other black YouTubers. I already knew of a couple of them, a couple of big names, but they don't need any more press because But I was actually looking in the group, and there were some names that were mentioned quite often, like that are in this black YouTube circle. From the members themselves, they would post their in fact, some of these bigger YouTubers I didn't hear of till the group. You know, is there? So it's never any kind of sense of being starstruck when we just think that like I just think that there's some cool people to hang out with, and from the way this guy was mentioning, I guess what he thought of me and others like me who are ups. I wouldn't even call myself an upstart. I just call myself somebody that decided to just do a YouTube channel. I mean, more people are coming to this channel, which is great, and I'm grateful for that. But it's just that to give myself a sense of belittlement. I think that's what since I know so much about how certain people feel, I feel like that it would give me a sense of belittlement to call myself an upstart at this point. I mean, just yeah, they think, they've been here as long as they have. I have respect, like I said, I have respect for anybody that's built the following, but don't come here with that kiss the ring stuff. I mean, we had somebody try that last year, and it didn't work out for that person. And I mean, like, it's like it's nothing we did. The person basically exposed themselves as an idiot. And I mean, like when some like that helped me learn a little bit more of like when somebody tries to kind of do you wrong or do you in, just kind of sit back and watch what happens to this person. I mean, I'm not saying I wish evil on people. I'm just saying it's like if I react in such a way that makes me into a spectacle, then that's all people are going to remember. I would rather be remembered as the guy that stood back and watched you crumble. If you do crumble, if you succeed, hey,
a lot of these people are taking themselves out on a consistent basis. Like, I won't say the name of the YouTuber, but there's a particular YouTuber with a large subscriber count, and if you look at his videos, they do about what mine do, and I'm a small YouTuber. But beyond that, if you look at his videos, he contradicts himself every other video. He says things that he thinks are popular at the time. He'll go on a platform and say things that he thinks are popular, and then when he gets to himself and he has a couple drinks, he contradicts himself. Or shit, he'll even do it in the same
yeah,
episode or the same show.
yeah. Yeah. So we watch and we noticed. I mean, there's no need to berate someone who's actually berating themselves. But that person, but that particular person kind of clapped at us a little bit. Went on platforms, tried to virtue signal, tried to gain allies, and tried to get people to say disparaging things about us on the air. And we were seeing this stuff. Shout out to LaShawn Jefferson. What's up? David Monroe, if you're still here, bro. And I mean, like, I'm the person that I don't like to take things laying down, but I also like to play things smart. I mean, it was just like this guy, like he has a YouTube channel and he want to kind of go at me on another platform. I said, dude, I'm not about to make you famous. I mean, like, even if I had that capability, shit, I'm not about to have a feud with you. There's no, just produce great content. Let the people decide. Let those people decide. I mean, like, ain't no need to hate, but people want to hate anyway.
So, Ken, why do you think people hate? What is it in your mind that you say, you know what, this person is hating because?
This person is hating because they're insecure about the person they see across from them. Maybe they think that person is going to surpass them using half of what they tried to use or something. You know, it's kind of like a fighter who has practice and practice all their lives. They train and trained all their lives. And then you got that natural talent that just comes in and whoops the shit out of that dude. I'm not saying that I'm the natural talent. I'm probably saying that the other one feels like that he was the fighter that trained all his life. And he has to come in, he has to dominate, he has to win. And I guess he feels like he's up against somebody who he can't just roll over and defeat just like that. You know, I was supposed to be that humble guy to him, I guess, to that particular person or to anybody with that mentality. I was supposed to be that humble person. I was supposed to, respect what he said he did back in the past. You know, if you feel like if you feel like that you're failing at this game, there's no need to sit up there and try to hate somebody who's succeeding. And I'm not even doing like just killer ass numbers like that. But, a person that feels the need to come at me in the way that that person came at me, it makes me feel special. It makes me feel like I'm actually somebody. Because if you got to hate and I'm not even doing those numbers like there, you see greater in me than you see in yourself. If you saw greater in yourself, there will be no need to come at a smaller guy or supposed smaller guy like that. So hey, you know what? I appreciate the compliment. I honestly do. I appreciate every compliment that he said on that broadcast. That was meaningless because he made it private. See, that's what biatches do. You say a bunch of things about a person, and then you make your broadcast private. I could embarrass people too. I mean, I didn't appreciate any of that shit he said, but thank you. Thank you very much. I know how people are in this space. I learned last year with the glory seeker. Myself, my channel, my channel. We learned our lesson with that guy. We also learned how to become a better team as the habitual line steppers. We had each other. We weren't really doing broadcasts with everyone else like that. I mean, Donnie did a couple, Roger did a couple. I really didn't do any panels like that. We did panels with each other. We had each other. We had people that supported us come on those panels. We didn't feel like we didn't feel like that. We had to go pull in pull in people and say, hey, you know what, we're here, just do this and that for us, just help us, please. This guy from last year act like we crawled on our hands and knees to ask him for help. And then when we showed that we didn't need that guy for real, he hated. He went on panel to panel hating. You know why? Because he tried to stop us last year because I guess he knew how special we were too. I mean, it's like I'm a man before anything. I'm a man before I'm a YouTuber. So, so I mean, I'm with serious discussion. I mean, I'm with productive discussion. But coming at me wrong, dog, you're gonna have to try something else. I mean, this like I don't need to sit up here and constantly talk about somebody who contradicts themselves in the middle of their own topic. I mean, shit. It's like some other these YouTubers, the bigger ones, the one that get all the crazy numbers, say some people got it, some people don't. And it's like I was telling that person, man, be interesting. You got to be interesting. And I think he was a little salty because I told him that he wasn't interesting. I mean, what the fuck am I supposed to be? I'm brutally honest. This is what I advertise myself as on YouTube. A black man being brutally honest. I want black men being brutally honest to be comfortable coming here. You know? You didn't miss anything, LaShawn. Just a man acting less than a man. I mean, and the only reason why I'm saying that is because it was a few insults. I mean, it's whatever.
Well, I think the dude did it like that in particular because he didn't want a rebuttal. He wanted the floor all to himself. Yeah.
Well, he could have very well. Well, shoot. I mean, he could have also maybe I don't know, maybe let me know earlier than that. This dude waited a week and a half. How do you wait a week and a half to say something
I told
if
you
you're
he
that
was
mad
doing
about
it
it? If
trying
you're
to be
feeling
slick
so
and sly. He waited a week
like no,
in the hopes that you would
what?
look on his page and maybe see him talk about something else. Forget about it. Like, oh, okay, he ain't gonna talk about me. And then a week later, he gonna talk about it. He was hoping that you wouldn't watch the broadcast, which you didn't. Not
No, I
live
didn't.
anyway.
That was family time at the time. I saw somebody else's name in the title, and and yeah, I'm confess. Maybe a couple people showed up because I dropped the link somewhere in a back chat. But it was family time for me. But like let me put it like this: like my friends let me know if somebody's fucking with me behind my back. So I let them know, hey, you know what? Your name is in the title. You might want to check this out. But when I went back and watched it, and yes, I have it copied. Yeah, so make it private all you want now, buddy. When I went back and looked at it, I was like, wow, I barely know you. Give us a chance to be friends first. God damn. It's like, wow, why all the love, guy? Sure. I mean, virtue signaling, name dropping people that he thinks that is going to support his dumbassery.
So let
I
me
mean,
ask you
having an
this.
argument with himself. I mean, yeah. I would love to be the YouTuber that gets on here and argues with himself every fucking broadcast, so I can get a low, so people can, yeah, you know what I mean.
Let me
It's
ask
just
you this.
stupid shit.
How would you feel? How do you feel he should have gone about that? And you know, it's common for people to go on these panels. It's common for people to go on these panels and have conversations and disagree and maybe feel some type of way, right? How would you
Well, he should have handled
want
it.
him to
Me personally,
respond in the proper way? How should he have acted with this?
he should have done something within 24 to 48 hours. At that point, he should have just let it go and just moved on and just been the guy that he say he is. Period. Like, now what he was saying to you that it was tactical that he came out a week and a half afterwards and said all that. That it was tactical. I was like, what the fuck? I mean, going back and watching it, it's just like the whole thing is just it's like he said something. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
No. It's like, okay, you say you're an intellectual, but then you go into ad hominem, you go into insults at the next minute. He contradicts himself. So me personally doing a direct answer probably wouldn't be even like it'd probably just be a waste of my time because it was like you look stupid anyway. You come back a week and I mean, granted, if it wasn't for y'all calling him out like that, his audience probably wouldn't have got none of that information. you know. But but still though, it's still like okay. I don't like it. I don't like it. And okay, if it means that I don't go on another person's panel acting like, if I don't go to another person's panel acting like there's a problem, then okay. I'd rather not bring black YouTube down any further than, what that broadcast was. But still, I don't appreciate the disrespect.
So, what do you think? What do you think we can do to avoid these kind of situations in the future? Us being habitual
We can't.
lions. That
We can't. We're habitual line steppers. We can't avoid the situation. It's unavoidable. I mean, it's like unless you want to be the kind of program that every time somebody starts to cut up, you throw them off, and then is you know what, and that could be seen many ways. My suggestion is that we don't run from anybody at all. We don't back down. I mean, but at the same time, try to make as much sense as possible. I mean, with a person like that, I probably shouldn't even went that far with it. I
you
mean,
know,
just having the audience curious is not a good thing.
in my little short term here on social media, what I've noticed is it's always somebody seeking to be relevant. It's always somebody seeking to be in the limelight. And in order for them to be in the limelight, they feel like they got to knock you off their pedestal, i.e., a hater, right? Um, a lot of these dudes from these back chat conversations, finding out who they really are, catching a whiff of their real lives. Um, A lot of these dudes pretend to be something that they're not. I don't think we come on pretending to be anybody, but a lot of these people, I've seen some shenanigans, and I don't even want to get into specifics, but a lot of these people come on with these huge online personas, portraying to be something that they're not, trying to influence the masses by their online persona. Um, at this point, it's a lot of clowns. Unless it's a direct attack while it's on the show, I, I don't even feel like the need to respond to a lot of these niggas. A lot of these niggas is clowns anymore, and it's funny coming from me, because if you look on my page, I've got a whole lot of very disrespectful videos, well, shall we say, towards certain people. But I'm realizing a lot of these niggas ain't worth the effort and the energy. These niggas is make believe Renaissance men. And that's no disrespect to the Renaissance woman. But yeah, these niggas pretend to be everything. We found a dude who pretended to be well off with all these women chasing him and living this great life of I don't want to get into specifics, never mind, but living this great life. And you come to find out he's in bankruptcy, living in a small ass apartment somewhere in Texas. So, at this point, I'm learning more and more. Sometimes it's not worth it. But now, if it's a direct confrontation on the panel, then I feel like we should do what habitual line steppers do. But if they say some sly shit later on, and they didn't give you an invite, it's cowardice at that point, in my opinion. Because I'm looking back on this particular person who did everything. He didn't want to say anything to you. I just don't feel like he wanted you on the panel. He didn't want to give you a chance to come speak. And that gave us the power. That gave you the power, right? Fuck him otherwise.
Well, yeah. It's just how he just mentions that. That there are only certain people that should be speaking in this space, and it's lame to me. I feel like if you have a YouTube channel, I mean, you should be allowed to say what the fuck you want to say. It's like you give it to the people to decide. You give it to the people to decide it. It's not up to me personally. I can advertise the channel and I can produce great content, but I can't shame people into watching me. I can't. I'm just like, why that's why like every time somebody comes on here and says something like, why aren't people supporting this channel? Then I catch them. Oh man, don't do that. Don't do that. You gotta let these folks decide. You gotta let the people decide. If you're interested enough to watch, they'll watch you.
Well, it's arrogant for people to go, well, he don't belong in this space. Motherfucker, it's the internet. It's the internet. Anybody with a computer and 10 seconds of time can set up one of these fucking channels. You telling somebody that they don't belong here? Okay, well, get rid of their channel. Oh, you can't? They can just create another one? Oh, sounds like you should just shut the fuck up and let them do that.
Yeah. If you don't, you always like something like, I don't mind a response video or something like that, but it is. I'm always the person that says, don't attack the person, attack the talking point. It's like you can easily destroy somebody like that. I mean, you don't have to go in and calling people bitches and hoes and as he said, misgendering.
You hurt that man. That's all it was. You hurt that man. You hurt that man's pride. He came at you in the best way he could at the time. And that's fine. And his little response at the end when he came back was the same way. But ultimately, it made him look weak.
It was effeminate. It was effeminate. It was an effeminate response, especially, and it was an effeminate broadcast. That's how I view it. If basically if you want to face me mano and mano. Don't come with the bullshit. Like don't try to like wait all this time and then act like nobody's gonna catch it because it's YouTube. It's like I was just happening to look on my feed, I saw the video, and I dropped the link. Imagine if I didn't drop that link, how much further that man would have went. But he wanted his audience to know that in his neck of the woods, none of that was his fault. None of that. He was just trying to have an intellectual conversation where he called another man a lady. I was like, all right. Now I know I'm probably a little slight for saying that what he was doing was effeminate, but I felt like, okay, if you're gonna come back for a week and a half instead of just standing up there mono, then hey. Then what is that supposed to look like to somebody like me? What's that supposed to look like to anybody? I mean, hey, you know what? There are some people that believe he's right, though. You can't win. I mean, I can't win them all. I've already faced that. People go at this thing like they can win everybody, and they're supposed to win everybody. You're not. Is that's never going to happen. But you can win big. Just not all of them. But no, it's like it's okay. I have to what I have to do is basically keep doing what I'm doing right now. You know, keep doing what I'm doing. If I will tell him this, I will send him this message, whether he gonna watch this video now or later, because I know he watching. Is like cut the bullshit. It doesn't have to go any further than this because hey, you know what? I'll do my best to stick to the topic next time. But this is not gonna happen again. I'm talking like broadcast. I'm talking like this bullshit on the panels, all that stuff. It's no, I am not going to beef with people. I am going to build off my own merit. I know a lot of people like to see beef and fuckery, but I don't particularly desire for this place to be like that. I don't. Go to Donnie's channel for that stuff. We have fun over there.
Well, you know what? Sometimes I like I always say with my channel. My channel is like you hanging out at your uncle's house, your family house, and playing dominoes. You'd have had a couple drinks and sitting around the table. That's what the conversation is. Sometimes you might get lit up for your opinion. Sometimes everybody might agree with you, but at the end of the day, we try to have fun, and somebody ain't gonna be shit. That's why you ain't sitting watching.
Yeah. So, anyway, okay. It's time to kind of get into that. It's important that you know why they hate. Yeah, we already got like into the little insecurity bit. Maybe another thing is maybe you said something or have done something that caught the eye of a lot of people that they just can't stand. Maybe they were trying to do it for years and you did it in like 2 days. What I'm trying to figure out is what I could have done better than this guy. you know, what could Donnie have better than the other people that that hate him, that makes them continually and perpetual. Well, I can think of a few things Donnie has done, but you know, and but for me, I can't imagine what that is. I can't imagine what made this. Besides, I don't know, just I guess the part where I told him that he was being condescending. We have a thing in our community where we like the guy that runs people over, but we don't particularly like the guy who stands up to the person running people over. And that's simply what I was just trying to do. He was really like, okay, our first conversation, he was really in the chat babbling about how these black YouTubers, like some of these black YouTubers are broke. Some of these black, I mean, which might be has some truth to it, but he was saying it for the reasons of, well, I got money, I'm better. I I I guess this is how I grew up. I never liked snobs, so I just kind of was like, it. I was kind of telling him it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you got on the outside. If you come on like if you come on YouTube and you're able to gain a following, that's pretty much all that matters. Now, if you're doing it through lies and deception and creating characters, you have a chance to expose yourself one day. It's like no matter how much you try to conceal yourself, it's gonna be exposed one day if you come on here pretending. But for those who don't, for those who don't come on here pretending, yeah, kudos. But you can't be mad at others for trying to do what it takes to build a YouTube channel. And I guess I felt like that's what he was trying to do. He was talking about some people don't belong in this space. And really what he was doing was he was shouting out like smaller YouTubers and bigger YouTubers. It's like people decide who belong on this space, just by watching you. Okay. If like it okay, let me put you like this. If I don't know you got to do things with passion. Glory seeking. No, I don't. No, glory seeking, virtue signaling, saying things that you think people want to hear. You know, I like to be brutally honest. Well, anyway, people, hmm.
So, Kev, I wanted to expand on something real quick. So, I know in
Yeah,
particular, like with my haters, right? They have this
yeah.
mindset of hating me for the simple fact I do things better than them, or I'm a threat to them in a couple different facets. So, I think with you, oh shit, cut myself, didn't even recognize it or realize it. But yeah, I think with this particular YouTuber, I think you represent something that is something that they may have lost, or just don't never had to begin with. Um, in particular, I just feel like this person sees you as a rising star, and they don't want you to be that.
Yeah, I'm quite modest when I hear words like rising star, but
Well, no, I'm not saying on that. And it sounds like I'm trying to do a whole lot of plugging, but now when you come to the conversation, you go forth from a different angle, and people enjoy it. Uh, this particular person, I always see them bragging about how, or trying to always pre-qualify themselves. They're the greatest at this. At one point, they were the greatest at this time. Everybody knows them, and everybody enjoys them. And what I have to say is awesome. And then they say something that is very unprofound, and everybody goes on about their day with no respect to that man. So when you come on and you say things and you don't pre-qualify yourself, and it sounds good, that agitates that person.
but what would be wrong in being yourself though? Like what would be wrong with being yourself? Why would somebody see something wrong in being themselves?
Because they feel like themselves is boring, uninteresting. They look at themselves in the mirror and see a weak man. So therefore, anything that comes out of that man's mouth is going to be weak or symbolizing that would be weak.
Hmm. I guess we all got to sell something. I mean, I didn't come on here to prove anything except for, I just wanted to give my perspective. And I think that black men should have a fair shot in the perspective because as of right now, black men do not have a fair shot in the general societal perspective. It's like when you can tell by the reactions to it. And I want to do things to help the conversation. But when black men are being petty, it makes it hard for me to get that message through. And it makes it feel like sometimes makes me feel like I'm wasting my time. The only thing that is I know I'm not wasting my time. I know I'm not doing that. So, whatever people do to insult me, I don't feel like this ever slowed me down. Because if I let insults affect me, I'd have been out of it a long time ago. I mean, you should have seen me on FB on Facebook. Like that shit got serious at times. Shout out to Gerald. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, that's a valuable listener right there, Jared. He's subscribed to all three of the habitual mind steppers. He show up, he let his presence be known. What's popping, Jared? When you gonna come on the broadcast, fam?
Oh yeah, because he was on a broadcast a couple weeks ago. Yeah, but the links in the chat for anyone. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, but like back to what I was saying, it's like I think another reason why they hate is because there might be some because of animosity. Animosity. That let's not leave animosity out. You know, I told this person. Let's let's take this into account. I told this person that he was condescending. I told him that he was not interesting enough. That other YouTubers are just more interesting than he is, and he need to step his game up if he wants more viewership. I did say all of that. But the one thing I didn't do was call him out of name. That was the one thing I didn't do. Maybe that's what he was salty about. I mean,
That definitely
when you're having to be told to fix
definitely played a role because all of those hits hurt. That wasn't light work. That was a tough punch to face, and that somebody who probably already has issues.
But he could take it though. That's the thing though. If you're saying people are lower level, you're calling them broke and saying they don't belong there. I would say that you can take some critiques since you have such strong language to tell people. I mean, like I treat a person according to how they dish it out. So if you're dishing it out in a way that is kind of condescending to people, I like to let people know how they like. It depends on the situation, but especially in a situation where you're being a dick, I like to let people know how they, and it's not always the best thing to do. It's not always the best thing to do to let people know how you really feel. But like I said, I'm trying to sell brutally honest. I mean, what you want me to do? You want me to lie? You want me to hold back? You want me to care about somebody's tender feelings? That dude got because like those some tender feelings he dished out the other night or the other afternoon. What's going on, Roger?
What's happening, man? I'm chilling back. I see y'all got started without me, but that's okay.
You got sorry. Well, that's okay, sir. You're here now. It's no time like the present.
I got to show some time to breathe and get ready for the Roger.
And just so the audience knows, and just so the audience knows,
everything.
This is 3 habitual line steppers. We are the 3. What you see on the screen is me first, number 1. Then you have Donnie, and then you have Roger. So here we are. So Roger, I have a question to ask you, sir.
Well, the answer is the screen. The screen is wrong. Well, you said it wrong. The best is on the other end. But go ahead, sir.
Hey, Roger. Well. Technically, like I said, that is up to the audience. That is up to the audience. But I'm the best. Well, anyway, how does it like? How would you react to someone saying your name in vain repeatedly on their broadcast? Say say we weren't the habitual line steppers. Okay, I'm Kev. I want to. I'm building a YouTube channel. I see Roger over here. He's building a YouTube channel, and he's getting more attention than me. And I become salty, and I make a video when I say your name in a disparaging way repeatedly. How would you personally take that, sir? Clout chaser. So you call that?
How would I handle a clout chaser? Is what you're saying?
How would you handle a clout chaser? Yes, sir.
Honestly, at this particular point, I would use that person if I see any benefit to me using them, and I would address them accordingly. But if I don't see any benefit, I wouldn't really mention their name. That's just me. I'm gonna do what's best for me at the end of the day. So I mean, I understand. I know who you're talking about, and we've talked off air. And my advice is, don't call people names that don't matter. Because just because I matter to you doesn't mean you matter to me. So if you don't matter to me, I don't really need to call your name. Because you think it's a benefit to you to have some type of beef with me does not mean I need to engage in a beef with you. So at the end of the day, I just don't care about that person like that. And I think you did exactly what men should do. A person made some statements. You gave your real opinion. You know what I'm saying? You said, hey, you want to be a better YouTuber? You got to be more interesting. And that's legit. That's your opinion. Now, if he didn't agree with your, but because he probably agreed with your opinion, it turned into a big deal to him. But my thing is that's his problem. It's not your problem. So my thing is ignore folks like that, because at the end of the day, we're gonna have haters come in all shape, forms, and fashions, because that's just how it is. When you do something publicly, especially amongst black folks, hate's gonna come. That's just name of the game. You
All
know,
right.
like some hater, as you two know, some hater flagged my channel, so I can't even do my live streaming right now as I want to, because some hater flagged it. I had to get a video review just to have it put back up. Did I do anything particular to any any particular person? No, of course I didn't, because that's not what my show is about. But somebody flagged it anyway. But hey, I know that it's going to be haters out there. So when you're doing what you know is
Roger,
right
I
for
heard it was your
yourself.
ex-girlfriend. She said not today, nigga.
You know what? All I can say on that level, if you an ex, I could understand. You know what I'm saying? Who wants me to leave them? No, but real talk though, nah. You know what I'm saying? I would try to stay away from crazy chicks that'll do all that type of stuff in general. But hey, what chick could you really put that past? But yeah, but I mean, real talk, man. I ain't worried about it. You know what I'm saying? When I'm able to live stream again, I'll get back to it. Until then, I'm just gonna keep putting up good content, because I can do solo content. Like most of my shows are me solo anyway. So who cares? You know what I'm saying? you know.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
be saving certain subject matter for when it's better for multiple people. But until then, I'll be hitting my subject matters that I can do more solo, because I got like 150 shows lined up anyway. So I'll be all right.
Yes.
They ain't stopped nothing.
And not only and not only will you be all right, Roger, then we will be all right. You know. Yeah, we know what that flagging shit is like. I've had a couple of videos flagged last year. YouTube told me to take a week off. That really turned into 10 days. My hangouts were shut down for a few weeks last week, and strangely enough, it was at the broadcast where I was going to talk about all racist comments I received on one video. It was that show, and then YouTube, then Hangouts just put up this big message like, "Oh, yeah, you have been suspended from using us." So yeah, I mean, for a YouTuber that was doing what Roger was doing, like gaining momentum on his shows, it certainly sucks that he's not able to do that right at the moment. My recommendation to him is to go ahead and create that backup channel. So people can continue to be able to listen to the Roger Report and have those cool and interesting, because he comes up with hella topics. But go over to that. Go and subscribe to these channels. Like subscribe to Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Subscribe to the Roger Report, and subscribe to You Ain't Shit for Watching, because Donnie's on Kev's channel, on Roger's channel, Kev's on. We're all over the place. And like I was reinforcing earlier, like we were the guys that were doing shows with each other last year. We had each other. So yeah,
Yeah,
but
and you know what? That might actually be another reason for certain folks to just be kind of hating to a certain degree, because like we didn't go out of our ways to try to to basically bond with other people or groups or whatever the case is. And I'm not
We
putting
didn't come to
anything
play
on
nice.
anybody, but we came in, we already had our own team. We was already good to go. If I need to go somewhere to be on some other channel outside of my own, I already got two team members that I can go to, and y'all of course have the same thing. And basically we're basically staying on mission of what we wanted to accomplish. And sometimes people just don't like people that just stay on mission, because it bothers them, because staying on mission for the mission is. So the fact that somebody else is on mission, they get salty about it. You know,
mhm.
it's that thing where you driving your Chevy, and then somebody pull up next to you in a Mercedes, and you mad at the dude in the Mercedes. What you mad at him for? He ain't do nothing. He ain't do nothing to you. He just bought the car he want. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like you can't go get a Mercedes. You just got to make whatever adjustment in your own life to get the Mercedes if you really want it. But why are you mad at the guy who went and got one? It makes zero sense.
Yeah. Hey guys, remember that story, the Count of Monte Cristo?
It's my favorite book,
It's
and the movies were phenomenal.
yeah, I love revenge stories.
I don't
Like
really
I love
remember that story.
yeah,
Uh,
basically the whole thing happened out of jealousy and hatred. The whole thing. The book is about jealousy, hatred, and revenge. You know, his best friend betrayed him, had him sent to prison because he was a hater. He did his best friend, the best friend who sent his friend off to prison was a rich guy. Rich, had everything, but he wished he could be as happy as his poor friend is with whatever he had. He wished it, and for that he was jealous. He could never feel as good as the other guy. So he did what he could to
Mhm.
compensate for that. And what happened to the guy is like, well, for those of you who read the story, he came back bigger and better than ever. He found this big treasure and he got, he changed his image completely and he got his revenge. you know, what I'm trying to say in mentioning that is, in due time, you know, everything has a time and a place. So don't worry. But also the best revenge is success. The best revenge is success. The worst thing I can do for a hater right now is to have this channel blow up. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to stop trying to do that. And I'm not doing it for the haters. You don't do anything for haters. You have your haters do for you. And that's exactly, that this person brought some attention to me. And you know what? I appreciate that. I appreciate the press. I appreciate the free press. Because remember this, negative publicity is still publicity. You
Real
can't
talk.
threaten me enough with words. You cannot threaten me enough with words. You can't hit me with enough insults because they're just words. That's why I don't understand why people get so butthurt sometimes. Just words. Shoot,
But
all
you know
that
what though?
man said
I
was a
want to
bunch
get
of
across.
words.
Well, I want to get across to the
What's going
listeners
on?
that. No, I just want to get across to the listeners that we see at times we forget. We got to think about it. Happiness is an inside job. You know, you can be happy in whatever place you in. There's people in prison, but they happy. It ain't the best place to be, but they happy. It's people that's sick and they got terminal illnesses, but they happy. You know what I'm saying? It's somebody somewhere right now. They at a job they don't even really like that much, but they happy. Yeah, we choose to be happy if we want to be. It doesn't make a difference what your condition is. You can be happy in bad conditions, and then you can figure out how to create better conditions for yourself. But you can still be happy in bad conditions. So at the end of the day, hating really just comes down to people who refuse to be happy and they want to, and it's that whole misery loves company thing. They want you to be just as unhappy as they are, because if it wasn't for
Uh,
that, enough about what the next person is doing on that level.
I want to talk. I want to talk about something real quick because shout out to Sister George and Reigning Woman. Thanks for thanks for gracing us with your presence
uh,
tonight.
Two of YouTube's favorite pick me's.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
choose
let
you,
me
baby.
let me ask y'all a question. Like, it says since it's the habitual line steppers, we can get a general consensus. How do y'all feel about having black women in black male spaces? Or better yet, we're gonna go with Roger's rule. Black men being brutally honest. If it didn't happen on the Roger Report, if it didn't happen on You Ain't Shit for Watching or the Black Dimension, it didn't happen.
Well,
How
I
do
mean,
we
unless we
feel?
refer to it, we
How
can
do we
refer to
feel?
it. Though.
How do
So
we
I
feel about
personally,
having black women in our spaces?
I personally, I'm a grown ass man. So I'm not just gonna be around a whole bunch of niggas all the time, or every day, all day. Sound like some gay shit to me. I don't believe in just excluding women from everything. I want women around. Shit, I love women. There's great things to do with women. Some of them have
And,
some valid points. Some of them don't have some valid points. But it's meant to be able to bounce back and forth. If you can't say your point in front of a woman, that make you a coward. If you feel afraid to say, or if you don't want the women around, then it's suspect on my end. personally. But go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, I'm gonna say this because for me personally, it's about the femininity level of the women. Because I say all the time, I don't really like hanging out with women if there's nothing sexual going on, and that's because the average sister, which is the people I choose to hang around, black people, I like hanging around black folks. But the average sister just ain't feminine enough for me to be cool to be in a company. So I really enjoy the ones that are that feminine that what I'm saying I can be around them. And that's one of the reasons that well, I mean, Sister George and Rain and Woman, I gotta put them in my category of some of my favorite YouTubers right now when it comes to the female side. I mean, Rain and Woman knows she's my top female YouTuber right now. You know what I'm saying? But and Sister George, they doing their thing, and I like the fact that she runs a show that says, "Hey, what if the men do actually have a point?" Because there's not many women doing that right now. So it's a beautiful thing, in my opinion.
Or doing a theme show like that without so many egregious insults to the men. you know, we do appreciate that. But let me offer some clarity. Sister George did not put a battery in my back to go quote unquote attack anyone because the sentiment that I'm hearing is that the like it is so funny to me is like they people act like that Sister George has some kind of evil control over people, over men, and she's handling men and I don't see that out of Sister George. I think that what I see is a balanced conversation, especially comparatively speaking to some of the other females that are in this black YouTube space, because basically I thought it was black YouTube. I thought that when I came in this space, I thought everybody talked amongst each other. I didn't know that there were certain cliques and factions and lines and you know
Well, I mean,
yeah,
all that. At the end of the day, Sister George is just one person. You know what I'm saying? She has control over herself and nobody else. Period. So anybody
yeah,
who's saying
well,
that Sister George made somebody do something ridiculous, man,
especially me.
that's just coward talk. That's coward talk. That's I'm trying to hide behind something else. You know what I'm saying? Everybody do exactly what they want to do because they want to do it. Ain't nobody making nobody do nothing. That's gay talk. You know what I'm saying? Well, I can't say gay because that's not politically correct, but that's like kid thinking. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
like kid
yeah,
level thinking. Like that's like using way too much of your imagination. Can't nobody make nobody do nothing they don't want to do. Everybody here doing stuff they want to do. People saying stuff they want to say. And the only way to get somebody to say something that they don't want to say themselves is to put a gun to their head and make them do it. Or to physically hold them and make them talk. You know what I'm saying, with the threat of more violence. And ain't nobody did all that. So that type of childish thinking. I mean, you can't. My thing is, we too grown to be taking people that's thinking like kids seriously. So when you start saying stuff like that, my thing is come out your toddler stage and start talking like a grown person.
and this is no insult to people who have clicked up, because you could say that about us. We clicked up. We're the habitual line steppers. But if I say something stupid, Donnie and Roger can feel free to disagree, and it won't be no hard feelings at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're not a
Or a
cult.
video
There
being
is no
made.
leader. We don't all explicitly have to do one thing. We can disagree. We have disagreed. We can go different directions at any time. We kick it together as the habitual line steppers because this is where we started. This is the people we felt comfortable with. This is the people we came on YouTube with. So this is how we move.
Mm.
Yeah, and I mean, in real talk, from a fundamental basis, we come off different belief systems. Cause Kev, you say when it comes to God, yeah, I'm gonna say like halfway eighth. I mean, Donnie, full blown atheist. I'm a full blown believer. You know what I'm saying? So at the end,
And,
so
and, and and let me say something. And let me say something real quick. It's like for Roger to be a full blown Christian and for Donnie to be a full blown atheist, societal standards is that Roger hates Donnie for who he is, and Donnie's supposed to think Roger is a fucking idiot for who he is. And we just understand and respect each other's differences like
Yeah,
that.
but but and my thing is that different people can have differences of opinion and still be okay and still have great conversations, move things forward. You know, content creators should be more concerned about the audience than about themselves in the first place. So when people try to get in little tiffs, little personal arguments, personal attack, my thing is you're doing it for self. You're supposed to be thinking about your audience. That's why we come to a public situation, to do something for your audience. So content creators who put themselves above their audience, you're not even moving smart, in my opinion. Now, I don't care who falls into that category. It is what it is. It's not my fault you did whatever you did because you decided to do it on your own. But as a content creator, the audience should be your priority, not some other dude on the panel, not some other chick on the panel.
Yeah. I mean, but also take into this consideration that it is a discussion. But I see what you're saying, Roger. Sometimes people do make each other the person's concerned, especially at the time.
Yeah, they cry babies sometimes. Sometimes it's just folks is acting like crybabies, man. At the end of the day, they like big old. It's pathetic in my opinion to a certain degree, but it's man, come on, man. Let's just be grown sometimes. Sometimes people just really be moving and talking like kids. And as grown people in a public place, we should be trying to present ourselves better. That's just my the way I view it. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to have nigga talk all the time. There,
No.
being intelligent and black ain't necessarily synonymous, but it we don't have to act like it ain't never together.
Well, let's factor in something real quick. People kind of like not saying all people or uh but a general consensus do like those volatile conversations. They like to see shit hit the fan. They like the fuckery. They like the nonsense, and it does become very popular.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fuckery sells. You get to see the argument, you get the explosion, you get to see somebody pop off and say something crazy to somebody else. So that's a entertainment value that just we as people for some reason love down to the heart, right? If you look at people who come on these platforms and they don't never argue and they just have regular ass content, people often don't really give them much attention in the beginning. They got to be warmed
let me
up
tell you
to.
something. I'll tell you something. There's this YouTuber that I used to watch. That I haven't seen him in a long time, and I think I know why. He's completely positive. He was completely positive. He didn't want any trouble, any kind of drama on his channel, and people. And that's no diss to him, but people didn't watch him that much. I wish more people could have watched him, but is like I said, the people decide, and for people to sit up there and try to speak disparagingly of a certain section of YouTube, that they are promoting themselves. Like you guys are promoting the things that you complain about. And I'm not, and I'm saying, yeah, you have that choice to do that, but don't pretend like that's not the case.
But well, you know what? I'd be interested if Sister Georgia Rain women want to come up because they are black women. So it'd be interesting to kind of hear if they feel like coming up. It'd be interesting to hear, what they think about being hated on, or how do they view certain things. But see, for me personally, at the end of the day, I just know when you deal with the public, you're gonna have certain people that's gonna hate. Now, me, I'm not gonna go into being a hater of anybody else because, first of all, we all black people, and I'm not gonna go out my way to be hating on other black people. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who can do more than me or accomplish more than me, if you're a black man, I'm gonna say I'm proud of you. If you're a black woman, I'm gonna say I'm proud of you, and I'm gonna leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? Because we still black folks at the end of the day. So I take pride in people's accomplishments. I'll never feel bad about somebody who did something better than me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't expect other people to feel negative toward me doing something better than them. We all supposed to be
Well,
happy for each other.
shouldn't we be helping each other out when you feel that way?
I mean,
That's what you're
I
supposed
do.
to.
Yeah, absolutely,
But we
absolutely.
got this crab in a bucket mentality. If you shine, how can I shine? If Roger is the best one out of all of us, how am I supposed to shine?
How
Now
you gonna
I gotta go hate
disrespect
on.
me by saying if Roger is the best? But go ahead with your point.
No, but you know, saying if Roger was the best out of all of us, and he had a show that was doing the best, me hating on him only hurts me because all I got to do is kick it with Roger, learn what he did. Roger's gonna put me on, so now we're gonna both share in this limelight, right? Instead,
Absolutely.
people want to throw salt, shade, as the gays call it, and the women, and they want to try and fuck up Roger's hustle by reporting him, doing whatever they can just to get their little 15 seconds in while Roger's down. And then when Roger come back, it's gone from again. So then now they back to mad. Instead, all they got to do is say, hey, Rod, you know what? I like your show, man. Listen, is it possible to get on your panel? Can you give me some pointers? Well, what I got to do to get like you? And Roger being the person that he is, he gonna shine, let you shine in with him by saying, hey, this is what I did. Come on the panel, let's talk about it. Let's have this conversation and we're gonna get you some shine.
And that's pretty much what I do. You know what I'm saying? I encourage a person to, you know what I'm saying, try to give them some pointers if I could. Yeah, come to my show. You know what I'm saying? We can promote you a little bit here and there. You know, whatever I can do to help a person out. You know, it's
Now
all good in
Roger
my
did
book.
try to charge me a little bit, but go ahead.
But that's
Ooh,
because you the homie.
that
That's
fine
because.
little lady. What's up, random woman?
Hello.
Hey guys,
Hey, random woman.
can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
I know I
Yes, I
can.
can hear you.
She got a
So,
whole studio.
so I'm not sure exactly where you want me to chime in on with the haters because I came in late. I just came in.
Just give us your cornbread recipe. So what do I need to do to get that fluffy, like delicious cornbread?
Say what? What
I
did
said
you
I'm gonna need
say?
your cornbread recipe. Go ahead and hook me up with that cornbread recipe. What do I need to do?
Honey, I can do one better than that. You just come on down to Houston and get this fresh homemade cornbread served to you, okay? Because y'all my guys, and you're more than welcome. Bring the family, come on.
I'm with it. I was trying to go to the crawfish festival y'all had yesterday, but I ended up getting up too late for my flight and missed it.
Now, I don't do crawfish. I have to take it to
I'm
the other
sorry to hear that.
crawfish. I don't do crawfish. I don't do those are creepy to me. I don't do the crawfish. I don't do the crawfish.
Them little delicious buns. Get on it.
Well, we gonna plan a habitual trip to
Y'all know
down
we
to
gonna have
Texas.
so much fun. We're gonna have so much fun. But so tell me a little bit more about the topic. Where are we going here? So I'll get up so that I can be appropriate in my response.
Well, the topic is very important that you know why they are haters.
But who? And
Yeah.
like,
Well, basically, just we're talking about our experiences and why we think that people would hate on us or anybody really. I just had a broadcast happen. Well, a broadcast happened this past week where a guy was kind of salty and said my name in a disparaging way several times throughout his broadcast, and I see it as airplay, but it's just I'm trying to get to the bottom of okay, why I don't come on this platform to shit on anyone, but I think I told this particular guy the truth, and Roger, unfortunately, one of his videos got flagged, and now he can't live broadcast on his channel. And we don't have any clue as to how long that this particular thing is going to last, because they do give you a standard thing on the strikes and what can happen when you get a strike, but Roger, he keeps getting told, well, you can't broadcast live, so until
What they ain't told me a reason yet. They just ain't told me a reason yet. But that could be for a lot of different reasons, because my channel is a very interesting channel, and then people. it may not be easy for somebody to just come out and say what exactly the reason is, because if whatever you send to a person, they could publicize that. Not saying that I would, but I'm saying you take the risk of them publicizing anything you send back to them. So my channel being the type of channel it is, the fact that it's trying to help the black community, I mean, it could be from a hater black person, could be a dude, could be from like a hater black woman, so it could be a female, it could be from a white person, it could be from any type of person, it could just be somebody who disagreed with some one particular point I made. You never really know. But at the end of the day, it's just that people find reasons to hate on other people who ain't did nothing to them. That's really what this show comes down to.
Well,
People
because
finding reasons to hate on folks that ain't did nothing to them.
I'm gonna say because they don't know any better. People hate for different reasons, right? And they just don't know it. They don't know any better than to hate, you know. And I've given up on trying to figure out why people dislike you or why people dislike me. I've given up on trying to figure out how to well, I've never tried to satisfy everyone anyway, because that's just virtually impossible, you know, and it doesn't do me any good to focus on people who dislike me or who are hating on me or what I do or don't do that pleases them or whatever, because it takes away from the energy and the time that I need to give to those who are supportive and who are loving and who are, who are respectful and considerate. And I can't afford to have my goodness tainted by others' ugliness. I'm not responsible for other people's ugliness no more than they are responsible for my beauty. So I refuse to allow them to taint my goodness, my good. If I wanted to complain about life and situations, I have enough to find to complain about without looking for people who are no factors in my life. Nothing that they say or do really has an impact on my life, right? So really, how they feel and what they're thinking or doing is very irrelevant. It's very, very insignificant. So it does not deserve any of my time and my energy. It's a waste. It's a waste of my essence.
I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah, yeah. So let me ask y'all a question. Um, so if you respond to an attack, do you think that makes that other person relevant? Like I'm talking about like
No,
respond in kind. Like,
no,
they call me a bitch, I call them a bitch, that kind of thing.
no. I don't think that that's making them relevant. I think that what is that is doing is you're a human, and at that time, what you're doing is you're addressing someone who is being disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Being like, none of us have to be anyone's doormat. People can take our maturity, our spirituality, our kindness, our meekness, all for the thing. They can count it all for weakness, right? So sometimes you have to check people so that they will know, like, look, you keep on, you're going to get your issue. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, unfortunately, that's the only language that they can receive. So, if you got to check somebody, go ahead and check them. But I'm saying, but that still doesn't make them relevant and trying to figure them out. Like, if they're not mature enough to be able, especially being grown, if they're not mature enough to be able to really say what their issue is with you personally, or what you have said or what you have done, and see if you can come to a happy medium and work it out, or just be respectful of each other's differences, then what is really the point? Because other than that, you're just going to go continue to be in like this tit for tat type kind of thing. So use your own, I say as a man, use your own discretion, but don't get caught up in unnecessary BS if you don't have to. Like, don't just linger there. And if you need, and you can always come to me to get a little bit of love, right? I would much, I love all three of you guys, right? You guys are part of my baby. So, and you guys are doing things. You have so many things that you're working on that I would much rather be a factor in you doing the things that's productive as the men and in your environment, making things better. And then see you put a lot of time and energy on things that at the end of the day is not going to move your mission forward.
Yeah. Well, that was wonderful. That was absolutely wonderful, and I kind of agree. Oh, it's all about deciding. Um, you do what's the most beneficial to you. When
Mhm.
someone tries to make somebody angry, they're trying to put them in a situation where they are in control because they're getting you out of how you normally function. I
Right,
don't care what somebody does to me. I'm gonna look to see how it can benefit me. If I cannot find a way for it to benefit me, then I just cut it off altogether because I'm not gonna waste my time doing stuff that I don't believe is beneficial. Even with me even being on the show, I believe is beneficial to me and my team. Everything, like I said on another show, I do what's best for me. Then do what's best for the habitual line steppers, and then I do what I feel is best for the Black community. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the way my mind thinks. So at the end of the day, it's just about how can whatever they're talking about benefit me. Are they saying something important? And is the person that's saying it to me, do they even matter enough for me to even respond to? Because
right,
a lot of folks gonna say stuff, but at the end of the day, they see you matter. That's why they're trying to attack you. But if you didn't notice them in the first place, yeah, I'm just gonna let it go because a lot of folks just ain't gonna never matter to me on that level. They just not.
right, exactly. Because I mean, you guys know that, like, I don't want to get in the mud with you sometimes, but if I feel like I need to get in the mud and snake a little mud a little bit and kick up a little dirt, I will go on my channel and I'll be petty and kick up a little bit of dirt. But you're not relevant. It doesn't make you relevant. And I don't do beef. Like, I'm not going to be going around just saying this and saying that for no reason. Sometimes I personally I just have to protect my own name out here and have to protect my own brand out here. you know but apart from that, no, I'm just not going to give a lot of things my energy, and I'm very selective, extremely selective. So,
Mm.
and
And,
I
and
and if I can be that for a woman, and Roger, like I will call or text Roger and be like, Roger.
you sure will, sure will. And,
But
and, well, see, my thing is just that at the end of the day, people are as important to you as you make them, and people are trying to catch relevancy. Um, and even though you may not think you have the impact that you're having, sometimes people just have more of an impact than what they even realize. So there people calling your name for a reason. They see something in you that for whatever reason they probably want to see it in themselves and they don't see it, so therefore they attack what they see in you. That's just what people gonna do sometimes. But at the end of the day, that's that person needing to get over whatever their own flaw is or to overcome whatever it is that's holding themselves back. Because if I'm doing something that you could do, you just need to figure out how to do what you're doing better so you can get to the level that you see the person on that you hating on. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody stopping you. Ain't nobody in your way. Just get better. Point blank,
right,
period. You know,
yeah,
we all got the right to be better.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
because you
Well,
suck now don't mean you gotta suck tomorrow.
that's fact.
and you know what though? The only person that can truly stop you is you. It's like
Real talk.
it's like I don't feel like I'm doing anything to stop anybody from doing anything. Like no matter how much I say about a person, uh, you are still going to be able to do everything that is well within your capabilities. So if you're okay, so here's what I took on this last statement as. I took it as he was telling me that someone like me did not deserve to be in this space. And it's like, how do I do
Yeah, well,
how is it that
if his
I don't
opinion,
deserve to be in this space? Huh?
then we know.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. How do I not deserve to be in the space I created just by damn creating a YouTube channel? Fuck out of here, man.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, people like to have control sometimes or try to gain control in spaces like this. And I take that sometimes as these are probably people that don't have control of other areas in their life. And so they try to come in like a space like this and push around their weight, right? And maybe it works for some people, like trolling, like it works for some people. And then they run into someone like yourself to where it doesn't work and you just have to go and regroup. Peace, enriching buildmonger. That's a unique name. Enriching buildmonger. Welcome. I'm done.
What? Well, I'll say this too. At the end of the day, uh, it's natural for every human to want to be significant, and there are some people who have not they don't feel significant in their personal lives, so they attack others in order to gain some level of significance. So hating is inevitable. I say all the time, if you don't have any haters, that means whatever you're doing, it ain't enough, because you need to have some haters. The people that, I mean, Martin Luther King had haters. Michael Jordan has haters. Anybody who's accomplished anything has some haters. So at the end of the day, you should take a hater as a compliment. It just means you're doing something right. Or
Well,
you at least, even if you're not doing something necessarily right, at least you're starting to make an impact. Hopefully you're
hey,
doing it in a good and right way, but it means you're making an impact, which is a beautiful
yeah.
thing.
So let's go a little hotep here for a second. Do you think that this is something that we are genetically predisposed to hate our own skin and to hate each other? You know, like say just like this. It's just like this. All right. We like. Do you think that we're just predisposed into not wanting to see each other do good? Basically, like we don't mind seeing it from other places. Like
Unfortunately, I believe that there is a lot of preconditioning, and I also believe that some of it is self-hatred. But I don't think that I don't think that we can force anyone to look in the mirror as to why their self-hatred is there. And I think that we're being for a really long, tiresome, draining fight and trying to get people to look at the preconditioning that is going on. So at best, maybe we can plant some seeds and display the love that we have for ourselves and for each other, for those that like, you don't have a problem with, and just continue to display that love. Love is gonna always win over hate. You know what I'm saying? Love feels better all the way around. It just feels better, and let them hate, let them, if that's what they, because it's a choice, right? It's a choice to attack someone verbally, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. That is a choice, right? And we as people, we have a right to defend ourselves. And I suggest defending ourselves because your state of being, your peace of mind, your peace of person is very important, right? So you need to defend yourself. Don't let people just walk over you or just abuse you. At the same time, with that being said, you don't have to be at a war with people necessarily. Like if you can avoid that space, then just avoid that space. It doesn't make them better, doesn't make you better, but it makes your life better. Because you're taking control of what you have control over, which is what you will engage in, what space you will be in, and your time and your energy. And your time and your energy is the most valuable asset that you have as a person.
Yeah, that was nice. And I do agree that love pretty much conquers all. If we did things with love instead of hate, then maybe that we should, then it's to be great. But people are so fixed on hatred now. It's something
Mm-hmm.
that I would like to do something about one day. Do as much as I can to stop it. But it seems like that. It seems like that there has to be some level of hate every time you know in order to produce something in this area. I would say could you build? Okay, let me put it like this: could you build something without using any kind of hate that's not entertainment in this area?
You
Or
know,
on some level of like some level of niggatry.
I think we can. The only thing is, unfortunately, drama sells. Confusion, chaos sells. Those are the things that are dysfunction. Dysfunction sells, right? So if you
Yeah.
look at, instead of focus on being popular, and being popular, right? Or just making a huge difference at a time. That pebble dropping in a pond that has that ripple effect. That one pebble dropped in a pond that has that ripple effect. You, this look, just as what we're doing here right now, right? I'm up here because I know that this is a safe space for me to be in. I know anywhere that you guys are is a safe place for me, no matter what, right? So here I am.
Yeah.
There's
I
no
appreciate you saying that.
hmm,
So Rod to say he appreciated you saying that, and I appreciate you saying that too. Yeah.
and
We always try to make sure it stays that way for you.
I believe that that alone will make a difference. You know what I'm saying? The space that I create on my channel, it makes a difference. Who we're being when we're not in this space online, who we're being in our real lives makes a difference. People online may never see who we are offline. Only we know the truth, right? And that's what we are responsible for, right? So no matter what, be true to yourself and just go for that ripple effect.
Hmm. Yeah, and that's what I will continue to do as I always done, to be true to myself, and fuck fuck the haters.
Yeah. And I'm
Just
gonna say, uh, oh my bad, Kevin. Go ahead.
no. I was pretty much done anyway. Go ahead, Raj.
No, I'm gonna say this. When it comes down to it, yeah, because does get attention, but at the end of the day, all that stuff is like a train wreck.
Mm-hmm.
It will get attention. Will comes, if you see a train wreck, you'll stop, you'll look, but you're only gonna give it so much time, then you're gonna move on from it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
So yeah, you can get some attention by being a hater, but can you have sustained attention by being a hater?
mm,
That's a whole different feat. So yeah, there's people who hate on people and they get some attention for the moment, but you can't retain that type of attention because people want to see a wreck. So you can't have a new wreck every day. So at the end of the day,
Mm.
it's basically uh, you coming to terms with the fact that you can't get attention in a better way. And if you had to come to terms with the fact that you can't get attention in a better way, yet you refuse to just become better at what you're doing, then something's wrong with you as a person.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah, and this is one of the things that I always want to do. I always want to top myself. I always want to top myself. I don't feel like anybody is stopping me from doing good in this space or any other space. And there's no need for me to express any disdain because it just seems like sour grapes to me. And I don't feel like that I should invoke the whole sour grape speech. But hey, if I do that to you, I would to work things out diplomatically as to why you feel the way you feel. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. We got Buildmonger up here right now. What's going on, Buildmonger?
Hi.
Hey, I'm just trying to grow and you know what I'm saying, steady learning as Nilly Fuller says. So respect to y'all, man. How y'all doing?
Yeah,
Well,
what's going on, man? What do you matter? You know. So, have you ever
I got
had
a
a
little
hater
bit
try
of
to impact the way you was doing things?
uh when I was younger, I was an early reader. So being an early reader in the early 80s, I got a lot of hate. So it made me focus on the fact that it seemed I saw a pattern in people hating. And I saw that there really wasn't a lot that they would put to it. It was very superficial. It didn't have no sustenance to it. They couldn't go past, what I'm saying, one or two dimensions of going into it. So it's like, was it really hate or is it something else? That's why I think people tend to have personal inferior issues a lot of times when they're hating. They don't see
Mm.
themselves as able to live up to whatever it was within the person that they're taking that ill will to, that prompted them to be against them.
Mm.
I can agree with that.
Yeah,
I can agree with that. A hater sees something
yeah,
special in you. That's why they picked you to hit on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's the way I've always viewed it. If you, it doesn't make a difference how I feel. If you didn't think I was special, you wouldn't hate on me. Point
True
blank
that.
period.
True that. I noticed that when let's say I think I was in seventh grade, and I had a lot of kids try to be picking on me, and then I noticed that one of them on the sly was actually trying to copy me. And I'm thinking, at seventh grade, you don't really think that you resonate with no one exactly, to be no type of example of anything. But so again, especially with our people, our people are pretty volatile when it comes with the self hate, and that's the thing. It's reactive. They don't even really be thinking about it. You'll have some that do, but most of them, nah, they're just running programming, and you really tend to pity them a little bit. I do.
I even got a running joke. I always say, what I always tell people if because we joke about people hating on you, whatever. And I would say if I wasn't me, I'd probably be hating on me too. You know what I'm saying? you know,
True that.
so, so it's a little joke because you know what I'm saying. My thing is you can't never be that full of yourself, but at the end of the day, it's like people gonna hate for whatever reason they gonna hate for. But at the end of the day, they're really giving me it's you can say it's a backhanded compliment because they see something great in me that it is worth them taking time out of their life to start pointing the finger toward me for some reason. So even if I can't see what greatness they see in me, I know they see some type of greatness in me. So I appreciate a hater reminding me that I am somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Exactly. It's like when you learn
Somebody.
what they say that uh um um what is it the whole COINTELPRO thing with Hoover saying he's looking for the Black Messiah. it reminded me of why ain't black people ever thinking that, okay, look, they see a messiah in y'all somewhere. They see y'all as having such great potential of being competitors, of being, you know what I'm saying, overrunners. It's like, so even if, like, you know, like I said, I'm from North Tulsa, Oklahoma, there it's hate, it's right off the bat. Um the races ain't really, you know what I'm saying, on the same page and nothing like that. And an aspect of those who aspire to lift themselves into higher avenues of reality and social interaction, it's taken as something that's foreign. You know what I mean? So the thing is, it's actually, like you say, it's a positive thing because it's a way of showing that you have some kind of light, even if you don't know what it is. The motherfuckers paying attention to something that they consider to be great.
Do you think that
Real talk.
do you think that hate comes from a feeling of powerlessness? It come from a place of powerlessness? Like
Nah,
yeah, you don't agree? I would say
nah.
that. Uh, so explain. I would say that they see. I would say powerlessness in the aspect of maybe they somehow feel like that you are powerful in some kind of way.
Mm. I, I mean, well,
Wait, I can I can see. Well, let me say this real quick because I'm finna dash out. I gotta go.
all right,
So
bro.
my apologies.
Respect.
But I can understand the powerless vibe, but at the end of the day, they're truly not powerless, but they may feel that way. Because
Hmm.
at the end of the day, like I said, I mean, real talk. If you're doing something and you suck at it today, don't mean you got to suck at it next year. If you actually practice whatever your craft is, but I always expected that there would be some level of hate toward us as far as the habitual line steppers, because we're three black men working together toward a common goal. And I already knew there's going to be some people that just ain't going to like the fact that there's some black men working together towards something. So that was going to come anyway. But my thing is never worry about it too much. Never make it too personal. Let them hate. They do have a right to be a hater. Respect their right to be a hater. But they see something in you. So just thank God that they see it in you already, even if you don't see it in yourself.
This little light of
Mm.
mine.
Mm-hmm. So y'all keep it going. Have a great night. I'm gonna be listening, but I got to get down to something here. I got to get to some money. All right.
Respect to the shot.
Word.
Respect to the shot.
Thank
All right.
you.
Oh, take care. Take care. And of course, you're welcome, Randy. Well, you know that. All right, Kev. Thanks for having me on the show.
Peace, bro.
All right, man. Appreciate it as always, Roger. That was the Roger report. You know, hopefully he can get back to streaming real soon, so he can provide us with more great content. But he is doing solo stuff right now. If he, go ahead and learn that video editor, brother. But anyway, is I'll probably give this one about 15 more minutes. But just to kind of recap, just that we're just kind of sharing our feelings on certain stuff that has happened in the past week or so.
Right.
Stuff like being flagged, and you know, I had somebody made a broadcast saying my name like several times in a disparaging way, and it was because me and him were on a panel, and I said, I pretty much was brutally honest with him. I didn't feel like I was being rude, and I never once called him out a name, but he felt some kind of way. They'd come back a week and a half later to say some stuff. So, hey, I guess that's how it goes.
I'd have figured it. I'd have figured out, man. My homeboy Thorough used to tell me all the time: you can't drop bombs on people. You got to pop them in the gut. So I've regulated that one to an aspect of you gotta be a snooze kicker. A snooze kicker is someone that doesn't directly take an opposing factor of reality against someone's pleasurable illusion. It's more along the line that you live your reality so real, so truthful that anyone that's in illusion around you can't maintain their peace because they understand that, all right, you're resonating as something that's a little bit more realer than they are. And they can't really blame you for shattering their illusions.
Well, can it just be chalked up as I have a low tolerance for bullshit? I mean,
You're a
because
good
this guy,
people if
I
that's
mean,
the
like
case.
in the conversation, in the two conversations that led to his little hissy fit, as I like to call it, it was just I was just telling him that shit. Look, man, to stop, because basically he was hating on guys that were coming into YouTube. Like, this is how I took it. They're coming into YouTube, they're getting followings pretty fast, and they're having audiences that resonate. Some of these guys don't have audiences that resonate.
Right.
I mean, like I felt like this guy was doing. I mean, like, you're doing a lot of talking, but you're not showing people why you're saying who you are. And that's basically what I was telling him. Is like, you're not anything you say you are.
Right.
And you're being very smug, you're being very condescending, and you're putting other people down because maybe you feel some kind of way about them gaining followers. And I guess he didn't appreciate that.
I mean,
Plus,
that's kind of
go ahead.
sensitive. that's kind of sensitive right there.
Plus, like the second conversation, I was kind of critiquing him on, like, okay, you're saying that you're debating this guy, but all you're doing every time he says something, you're turning to the audience and you're just kind of berating them. Just debate the guy. But it was taken as I was caping for the other guy. That's what by him. I was caping for the other guy. I was saving him. I was getting in front of bullets for this guy. He was my YouTube daddy. Just anything to belittle what I was trying to say.
Right.
That's all it was. And it's just like, no, I was just being straight with you. I'm not an ass kisser. I'm not very good at that. I understand that some people feel like you got to kiss their ass in this space, and I wasn't going to do that with not that guy or not anybody. I'm sorry. I mean, if like okay, if a bigger guy comes to this space, I'm thinking that it's because we're cool. He sees somebody cool. We're just all hanging out as cool people. Right. We would do like in our college days on a college campus, or hanging out in the hood, or some situation, or in the barbershop, or some situation like that. It's like, I'm not starstruck in this space.
Right.
I'm not gonna. If you say you've been here for a certain amount of years and you had a channel that used to have this, and you're not providing any receipts, even if you could provide receipts, I'm still not gonna act starstruck. I mean, it's like, okay, I'm more prone to take the person's advice that doesn't tell me you need to take my advice. I'll put it like that.
Right. So in the aspect of meeting someone who prefers to be starstruck, is there now as far as with the context of your page name, they really can't be surprised that you give it to them raw as is, right? But in what way? Say you wanted to maintain a certain kind of, association with them, and what manner could you take in which to interact with them to where they feel that it's the ego being somewhat massaged, but without compromising your integrity?
So without compromising my integrity, I could do something as simple as agree with one of their talking points that actually makes sense once they say it. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here. I got a very low to zero tolerance for BS. I mean, if their egos can't get stroked for that particular night, maybe they'll go back and think about it and say, hey, you know what? Maybe I should have said this way or something, or but I mean, I can't. But you asked me a question and I need to answer. Let me put it like that, because it's like a lot of people in these spaces don't like to answer questions. But how would I stroke their ego? I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I would have no clue as to how to do that to keep things peaceful. The only thing that I would do is I would guess, like I always do, even with the YouTubers that I don't agree with or somebody like that, I always offer some version of support.
Right.
Some version of support. I'm subscribed to that guy that berated me. And that's how I caught the broadcast that he was berating me. He probably didn't think I would see it or catch it, or he did it at an obscure time in the day. But but I caught it, and like I said, thanks for the publicity. Thank you. But I don't know. I have a real big problem with stroking egos. The only thing that I can do at that point is offer some message of solidarity.
Right.
That offer, whether I have to chalk it up to race or chalk it up to like mindedness, like we're all in this space.
Look. I'm in your camp, man. I bring the act right, and it's like, look, once things are unbalanced, it has to be put back into balance, or else chaos is going to ensue, and you don't want that because you want peace, and you can't have peace and chaos. So it's like, all right, what's the best way that we could all be on the same page of adequacy for us to maintain, harmony, peace, integrity, all that good stuff. Anything outside of that, especially this late in the game, as far as it goes with our, people within our community, yeah, don't really have, I'm 40, so I don't really have time for the bullshit I would put up with at, 20 or something like that. I feel that my cordiality has to be earned. So, and if it ain't earned, then we're pretty much strangers until it has been earned.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, yeah, let's shift the conversation a little bit because I'm done. If I'm done with something, I should be done with it, and I'm going to be done with that situation. So yeah, let's be done with that because some people do know who I'm talking about.
Right.
Okay. Let me shift the conversation a little bit. I saw this social media post, and it was this lady who basically had her son in a picture. Like I'm gonna say this first. I'm not a big fan of humiliating kids on social media or putting them on the spot on social media,
Right.
and I see so much of that crap.
Yeah.
But basically, I wish I could find the post so I could show you, put it on the screen. She I guess she heard her son hit a girl at school. So what she did was she made him buy her gifts.
Okay.
Now, I thought that this was probably one of the worst things in the world to do because number one, it didn't sound like she got his side of the story, and it's her son. All she wanted to convey the message is it's not okay to hit a girl. Now, I'm thinking that these are school kids. The number one, the little girl could have done anything. Number two, you're sending your son the message that if you do something like fuck up and hit a girl, it'll just make it okay once you buy him something. It's setting a very dangerous precedence.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you think of something like that?
All right, let's just keep it real. She turned him into a sucker. And one, where's his father? I gotta ask the question, where's his father at? And an aspect of it being social media, I'm pretty sure that the father is aware of, the measures that she took in order to, I guess, provide what she thought would be a solution. But yeah, it really doesn't seem like a lot of mothers take into consideration what it means in order for their son to be able to express his rigidity, naturally. They try to do all they can to pretty much bitch up the children, as far as the sons go. And you'll see even in like, I'm not too sure of the demographic or the ethnicity of the people, but I've seen in white spaces so where they're actually putting forth a huge effort to teach people that boys are supposed to be rambunctious and a little bit more forceful, a little bit more rigid and all that. But if it's a sister, I'm sad to say they've been trying to breed that out of their sons, kind of like the mother that was known for going upside her son's head during the Freddie Gray protests. And
it was either Mike Brown or Freddie Gray. I'm thinking it was Mike Brown, but
yeah.
I know what you're talking about. She was wearing the gold shirt. She was like, from what I hear, the boy was actually one of the protesters and not one of the rioters. But every time they catch a mother, especially doing that,
right,
she's uplifted as a hero.
Yeah. Yeah, cut the balls off, neuter your son, and they'll applaud you, for the next 3 weeks. You'll be a hashtag for a moment. It's
Mm.
sad that okay. So this is my thing. You would think that there would be some form of resonance, just from a basic citizen's perspective of our level of citizenry within this nation, for our parents to raise us with a certain level of rigidity, to be able to protect ourselves, not just physically but also in an aspect to where you got to utilize words to whoop some ass or something. But nah, it's really seems, and it's sad, but it really seems that there's.
Let me tell you,
Go ahead.
let me tell you something real quick, man. My mother, she was like, I don't know, one of my brothers, like he tried to pick up something, but he was having difficulty. Where she's like, and my mother was like, well, you need to put him on the weights. I don't want him growing up trying to be a mama's boy and trying to come to me crying about. And you know what though, you know what. I appreciated her saying that. She said it when I was very young too, so it laid an impression on me.
Yeah.
She understands the importance of masculinity, when boys are becoming men. I mean, she understood that. No matter how much she loved us, she didn't want us to stick around under her like some mama's boys.
Right.
That for her and her other sons. And that is one thing that I feel like that a lot of these single mothers are lacking. Now, I don't want to make this the single mom conversation once again, but the numbers don't lie sometimes. And you're seeing the results out here every day.
Oh yeah.
Is somebody tried to argue with me on social media the other day. Well, let's just say Facebook the other day, that's saying that that the absent father is as bad as the toxic mother, and I'm like, that's BS. That's BS. For one thing, the past proves it.
Right.
A mother can still raise balanced children without a dad, even though a father's presence is needed. And I'm not, but I will say it because I will tell them this every time they brought up that argument. And I will say, okay, a woman in the 1920s, like she would have 8, 9 children, and at least 7 of them would turn out good and successful.
Right.
Some of these little girls today can't handle one kid with aid. Like them people, like them mothers back then didn't have aid. They more than likely had to witness their significant other hanging from a tree, and she had to handle business. She knew what the situation was. So if they didn't have that kind of problem with 7 or 8 children, why is it that a lot of these are having problems in 2020 with 1 or 2?
I think
you know,
I really think it's a one. I think it's an erosion of personhood. You know, is like this. Like, okay, my mom was one of the mothers that was like, all right, you finna go to the military or college, but you're getting the hell out the house at 18. And at 18, I'm asking, you know what they do in the military, right? We Christians, thou shalt not kill, but what I'm saying, we finna be doing a whole lot of killing if I go to this military. But it's more along the line to where I think I call it a black woman's adherence. They have a specific type of adherence to whatever the system says, no matter be it evil or good or whatever. It's just something that's within the phenomena of how their socialization has been. And I can only imagine what it's like in this day and age. You look at these young boys, these cats look frail. They look very frail. They be 25, 26, 27, and they still look like they got the size of like a 14-year-old, someone that hasn't, gone in the deeper stages of puberty yet or something like that. A lot of their mannerisms is they ain't got no rigidity in it, man. And I'm really scared to see what's going to happen to the future generations, like, 20 years from now. It's probably going to be pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, you already see it coming out with the messages they're trying to send. Like they're getting kids as early as preschool and kindergarten these days.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like if there wasn't more of an effort to soften the boys up, there definitely is now,
For real,
and and,
for real.
and that's on purpose.
Oh, it's definitely purposeful, but I mean, the only rigidity is really now for young men is really like in sports, but not even that because you got these professional sports players doing all kind of suspect shit 24/7. So
Ugh.
you got to ask the question from what symbolism are they getting their what is it when the baby ducks follow the big duck, what they call that? God, mimicking pattern or something like that. I forget the name of it, but from where are they getting that? Because I know my father wasn't in the home, but I listened to a whole lot of Bruce Lee. I listened to a lot of the comedians. The men of the early '80s were still
Oh,
rigid men that taught you good values. Even your father
oh
not in the
yeah.
home, yet uncles. These cats now, they're I don't know. I don't know. They're inspirations. It doesn't yield anything that goes to the development of a withstanding integrity of masculinity. It doesn't. It's eroding if they ain't effeminate. I mean, if they ain't soy boy, then they're completely effeminated or homosexualized or one of them weird alphabets. You know what I'm saying? Or they're apologists for the shit. And it's like, damn, how is it
Uh,
that our people that move so far from standing on integrity to defending every single thing that presents itself and losing themselves in the process? You know,
oh man, that shit gets on my nerves so bad.
it's nerve wracking.
Like people, like you say anything black or what black people, what's happening with black people, maybe what direction black people might need to go in,
Yeah,
then they're just like, oh, this conversation again.
yeah, yeah.
But when somebody say, like, let's give an example. If somebody says anything that even sounds like disagreeing with any of the philosophies of the alphabet people,
Right.
then they're the first ones to carry the flag and jump up and defend and hold up the shield and like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, dude, you get called all kind of phobias from them motherfuckers, but it's like, wait a minute,
Oh yeah,
where's
you're
our
phobic,
phobia
you're
at?
phobic,
Where,
you're
where, where,
phobic, you're
where's the,
phobic.
where's the black phobia at? Out of all these
Well,
police
they
that's
call that
killing the
racism.
hell out of us, you know what I'm saying? We got the lowest amount of wealth, the lowest amount of jobs, the lowest amount of businesses. It's like, okay, can we call that, this system got a little bit of black phobia or negrophobia or whatever? What's it called?
Negrophobia.
What
Ugh.
you know what I'm saying? We don't ever call out our phobias that the people putting on us. So it's like, yo, I think it's time for us to get us a day and a flag and what I'm saying, and a group all based off of the antiness of them
So you think that's an after effect of the caste system though?
or the what now?
The caste system. You know, we had a caste system in this country.
That's kind of the name of my page, enriching Bill Monger. I think that they have a cultural perspective against our enrichment. We can say that it's the United States or whatever, but it's more along the line, the whiteness of the United States. They have a problem with our enrichment, which I understand why. We make everything look easy, and once we get together, the only thing we do is get back into thriving. And they tend to have a inadvertent inferiority complex with our enrichment. So it's not so much the caste system as us being able to rise ourselves out of it into other areas, because this is something that it doesn't even have nothing to do with the United States. It has something to do with how Europeans interact, or those of European descent interact with anyone who they fear, who they fear has equal as them or more than them. And our people get caught up. Our people get caught up in the aspect of feeling like they need to do something to belong or something to adjust rather than just go within themselves. And just like we were talking about earlier, look at that light that they hate within you. You can use that. It's a resource. I mean, if the hate ain't only a bad thing. Look at the level which they hate. That's a lot of fucking hate for people that ain't worth nothing. We ought to be worth something. If we worth all, so I'll say all it is. Wait a minute, y'all come and blow up the damn town. Wait a minute. What? So what? Let me take another look at us. Yeah, I know y'all hating us. Y'all doing all this evil, racist shit, whatever. But wait a minute. You got reason. What is your reason? Oh, okay. We're upper level. We can make something out of nothing. We shine easy. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's got to say something when they hate on you for something that you hadn't made a dime off of yet.
Yeah.
Not that I wouldn't like to make money off this one day, because that would be super fucking cool. But it's like if they hate now, imagine what it's gonna be like when this shit start popping off for real.
Hey,
So
what you want is some stalkers, man. That's what you want.
man, dude,
You want that kind of level. You want that kind of level.
You have no idea. You have no idea. But yeah, I put the link to your channel in the in the chat.
Respect.
And I just shot you a sub myself. So just subscribe to Enrich and Build Monger.
Let me give y'all a warning. My shit is really laced with a lot of venting. All right, so I'm gonna let you know that right now. It's laced.
Sounds like my kind of guy.
It's laced with a lot of venting. One of the reasons that I do, utilize Enriching Build Monger was understanding the aspect of the Killmonger. Ever since I was a child, I've had an issue with rage and anger, and I had to find some way in which to alchemize that. So, I do a little comedy, do a whole lot of venting, but a whole lot of trying to understanding why to vent, why to rage, how to look at it to where it's not eating you up, nor are you neglecting it. Because I think that Black people have a big problem with neglecting our, natural emotions of rage and vengeance, revenge, and all that other shit. It's like, all right, just like I typed earlier, if love is acceptance, then hate got to be rejection. And if there's love, there is some reason to hate, but shit, within good reason,
Oh my goodness, I love it. And I think that is an amazing idea. I would like to make a suggestion, if I may.
Please.
Replay this section of the stream and make an intro video for your channel.
Okay.
With that description. That's an amazing introduction. And add a little bit of something also to your About Me section as well, because I believe that you're not alone. It's not a belief. You're not alone. And in your heart of hearts that you're not alone. So in your venting is going to also help someone else to find their voice in a healthy format as well too.
Yeah, I want to see. I want to see your channel make it, man. That's what I want to see, man. You and you have the right to vent. Don't try to get you're preaching to the choir. Actually, I mean, it's not going to steer me. Oh my God, why is he saying all? I know why he's saying all that stuff.
Yeah,
I know why. So I mean, it doesn't bother me, man. I'd say continue to do what you do, and find your audience. You will find an audience. Trust me.
Hey, well, I respect y'all hospitality, man, and y'all positive critical thought. You know what I'm saying? Much received.
I'm gonna be checking you out, man. And also, man, just you can come back here anytime, man. Anytime I drop a link in the chat, hey, you know what? We can shoot the shit. We can make these topics a lot more great. Maybe I can go on your channel sometimes. They just like help each other out, help each other build.
Yo, I'm down, bro. The offer's always there. We can definitely link up. You as well, sister.
Word. That's some good shit, man. Yeah, cause yes.
Excuse me. I really want to chime in on the issue with the boy, but I'd like more information. Do you have a link that I could look at?
Well, I could. Oh, you talking about the one who, talking about the one who mother made him buy all them gifts?
Yes.
Let me see. Let me see if I can find it.
Yes, I just like to have a little more context before I give a full response. But from what I'm hearing, it seems like he's overreacting to a situation and definitely making him out to definitely putting him in a position I would say more inferior to her. I think she's, from what I can hear, it sounds like she's sending a negative message to her son, and what is an appropriate way to apologize for something, for a wrongdoing. But I just need to add more to the text. Hi, Mahogany, Roots, and MJ. Thank you, Kev. I don't want to be half cocked on my response.
You sound on to me as far as with your assumption. That's I mean that's to me that's an accurate assumption because is okay. Now the thing is, I've seen the extreme in one regard, and
Mhm.
I've seen the extreme in the other regard. But as far as there being a medial perspective of approaching that, I don't really see too many of those. It's either the extremes, you know,
Mhm.
either you don't stand up you don't stand up for yourself, or anybody that approaches you, you knock them in the jaw. You know what I'm saying? So I think the children, as far especially in this day and time where you see very few fights with children, um, when it does come up, due to it not being as frequent as it was back in the day, probably is going to prompt some parenting or some over the top parenting with it.
Right. And there's definitely a such thing as being over the top, being overreactionary and not reactionary enough. So,
For real.
trying to find that balance, and having that balance in between sometimes is what the difficult task is. But is it doable? It's definitely doable. I just really would like to have more context before I give a full response. Because
Okay.
sometimes I know that I have responded to something that I didn't have the full story. And then when I got the full story, I was like, oh, now I gotta go back and retract or
Been there, done that, you know.
let me fix this up as best I can.
But see that shows integrity of character right there, right? That's a lesson in and of itself for someone who does follow you to be able to see that, oh, okay, well, you know, this person is not against being wrong, you know, and correcting themselves. To
Yeah.
me, that's the most precious aspect of it, as opposed to just being direct, accurate right off the bat. It's like Corey Holcomb. People say shit about Corey Holcomb, you know, being a little bit over the top and raunchy and stuff. But it's like, yo, this cat's from the project, and one thing you catch from the project, especially Chicago projects, they ain't finna lie to you. They finna tell it like a Ti is. And in the aspect of his assumption, he wrong on some shit, but he always come back and let them know, yo, I was wrong. This is what it is, and it shows a great depth of character.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Antoine Johnson.
Yeah, and,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah. No, and especially if you are wrong, you want to go ahead and damage control right then and there, because if you don't and you stick to your guns, you're gonna make a fool of yourself.
Right,
Period.
right. Yeah, you don't want to be known for digging your heels in the sand when you could have just as easily been like, I'm just gonna shake off this dirt.
Yeah.
Let's just back this up right here. Let's just go ahead and back it up. Y'all excuse me. Antoine said something I would like to speak on. He says all races of men are being feminized. and they made the woman the co-conspirator. Okay, hold on, slow down, take your time. Talking to myself. Okay, all races of men are being feminized, and they made the woman the co-conspirator in the destruction of society.
Man.
And any man that butts against the system, they try to take down immediately. Just like Snoop bucked against the system and immediately got took down. Just like any young boy who has a high testosterone level, they make him take pills to calm down. Okay, so if I may, first of all, thank you. And ooh, Kev, I done took over. I'm, I'm out here, Kev.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Respond to respond to what he said because I'm interested in hearing this as well.
So apart from the Snoop Dogg issue, I don't speak a lot on celebrities because I am one of those conspiracy theorists and whole Illuminati people things. So
With good reason.
and programming. So I don't speak a lot on celebrities because that could have been a whole ritual for all I know, right? And I do believe they play a huge role in conditioning and programming the people at mass. But to address, I'm supposed to be working on saying, but let me slap my head. With that being said,
Mhm.
I definitely believe there is an agenda to feminize and emasculate men, right? And especially black men, okay? And I am not okay with that at all. And I'm not okay with placing boys on pills because because of the energy that they have. And that's why I feel it is very, very, very important that we take some very active and proactive roles in our children's lives and the children, not just our own children, but even the children that we have guidance over, any kind of influence over in any capacity in our environment. It's really crucial because leave it in my opinion, leave it to them. The girls are gonna be boys and the boys are gonna be girls. And the whole gender neutrality, all of this is part of an agenda to go against the family construct, to build a healthy and a functional community that can actually rise up against the system as a whole when they are united. And now that is my personal opinion. That is not the views of black men, being brutally honest. That is Reigning Woman speaking for Reigning Woman. I think that you men, I think that you all, especially black men, I think that you need to stand up against anything that you feel discredits who you are as a man and takes away your masculinity and that chips away. I think that I even think that it would be better serving to you to go against some of the laws versus just fighting. And this is for who it applies. If it does not apply, let it fly. Do not come for me if I do not send for you. Okay.
Speak that truth.
Hey, but Reigning Woman. Earlier you asked for more context with that story I was telling. I found a post and it's up on the screen right now. I edited out her name, because that's what I do. I edit out people's names. But people may see this post floating around on Facebook, and it goes like this. Yesterday, my son decided to put his hands on somebody's daughter at school. Angry emoji. He said he was playing. Eye roll emoji. But she was upset, crying, and clearly not playing back. Today, we went to the school with an apology letter and gifts he bought out of his birthday savings. We don't hit girls in this household. hashtag boy mom and whatever this name is. You know what? I'm gonna say here's the first thing I'm gonna say, the most superficial part about this. Okay, they did that girl dad hashtag because of Kobe and Gianna.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
she's doing the boy mom hashtag because once again, this is women ripping off of men.
Right.
Now, I will say this. I was like sometimes women feel like that every time a man creates something, they gotta have their own version of it. Now, okay, and I'll just use this as a fleeting example. When I created my Facebook group, Black Men Being Brutally Honest with Everyone,
Mm-hmm.
there were some women that felt like they needed to create a Black Women Being Brutally Honest with Everyone. These would be the same women that always troll, like,
Reactive.
like
Much.
it's like three different versions. That group, like, if you knew anything about it, is one of the most copied, ripped off groups on in Facebook history. But but these same, according to some of these same women, we're the ones that are always competing with them. you know, black women are not your competition, black men.
You know what? Speaking to your point, it's like when women first got into hip hop, they was kind of mimicking the dudes, and then the women who didn't mimic the dudes, they're the ones that actually had loyal dudes as fans. But in the aspect of them embracing their own perspective of viewing things and not just trying to not trying to bite off on others. Um, in the aspect of this, like one don't speak to what sister said. In the aspect of us having to stand against it, we don't have a choice in the matter because we have to approach this. I like to say I'm an earthling before I'm a citizen. Because they want you to act like you're a citizen, and a citizen acts pretty much like a damn sheep. And it's like, nah, I'm a deep thinker. Just through your school system made me a deep thinker, but when I use that deep thinking for my own people, oh, now we got problems. So it's like, nah, I guess we got problems. Our rigidity and us being stern and steadfast against this stuff is not whether we have choice in it or not. If we wish to sustain our people, we actually going to have to start taking, really such hard Snoop stances, but not Snoop retreats.
Stand. Yeah, yeah. He called her what, a dog face something or something like that.
Dog head hole or something like that. Yo,
Dog headed
he
bitch, something like that.
you let her have it gang style. It's like, yo, wait a minute. That's keep that same energy. But this is but it's like sister said, he's locked into, white Hollywood. So, you gotta play by the rules or else I mean, and this gangsters start out with. So, what happened when you don't play by those rules. But that's the potential threat that not too many people are willing to face in an aspect of
Yeah.
understanding that, okay, these people play for keeps. How long can we keep stringing ourselves along, playing their rules, their game? Here they are altering reality, altering, the balanced natural family. And, we still on this to each his own shit with everything. It's like, nah, wait a minute. What if they want their own to be your own? What about the integrity of your
Mhm,
culture, your folks? And
mhm.
our humanity has to take over as being, I think, the lens as opposed to we want to be heard or we want to, the whole equality thing. A lot of people want equality, but it's
No, it's
bloody,
not
it's
equality.
bloody wrong.
It's whenever I hear that shit, whenever I hear the word equality, I don't feel like that equality is something that people really want for real
Right.
I mean,
because of what comes with equality.
yeah, I don't want that. I don't, no way, no, 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 no. I do not want to do what men can clearly do and should be doing much better than what I am or can. Even if I can do it, like I just don't want to. Like I don't want to be the plumber. I don't. I don't want to be the one. I don't want to chase the spider. And I bring up spiders and I'm working on overcoming. Okay, but no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to check the door. I don't want to walk on the outside of the sidewalk. I don't want to do any of that. No, 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 none of it. Oh, okay.
Mm.
So I went on my little Rainy Woman rant. But to address this post, this is very concerning on several things. For one, to, I'm going to say, humiliate him with a picture, even. Um,
Hmm.
so there's nothing private at all about that, number one. Number two, going to the school with an apology letter and all these gifts from his birthday money was very, very extreme. I mean, if there was really an issue, I would say even talk to the parents of the child, and do it the adult way. You can have a conversation with him that's constructive and not humiliating, versus just putting everything on Front Street and making yourself look just so wonderful. Like, this is one way that social media just goes really bad for us. Like, everyone shouldn't hit the send button. You just shouldn't hit send. Everything does not deserve a post. But what did the parents say? Like, why are we not talking to parents?
Hmm.
Well, here's one thing that I did say. I did say this. I have a 5-year-old daughter right now, and I'm doing my very, very best to make sure that she doesn't end up on the side of stupid. And so far, I think that I'm doing, and her mother's great mom is doing whatever we can to make sure that she does not end on the side of stupid.
That's what's up.
If some other kid comes in and, I would say, does something to my child that negatively impacts her and it's enough, I'm going to go talk to the parents. You know
Mhm,
why? Because I'm getting tired of this shit. I'm
mhm.
getting tired.
Right.
I, I'm getting I'm getting tired of we have these discussions over and over and over again, and things just don't seem to be getting any better. They
Right.
they they just and and this is no knock to anybody that doesn't have a child. And I tell people all the time that are so opinionated in what black men are saying. You ask black men to lead, but you got a problem every time a black man has something critical to say. So here's one of the ways I'm going to lead. If your child does something to fuck my child up, I'm coming through swinging on your ass.
There you go.
Period.
There
I
you
am
go.
tired. I am tired of seeing this irresponsible bullshit and people sitting up there making excuses for it. It's so sickening. Let's just admit to what the problems are and let's work together to solve those problems so everybody can be happy. My child should not have to go through bullshit that I have preached against over and over and over again. And the kind of bullshit I'm talking about is the kind of bullshit that hurts others. I'm
Right.
not talking about superficial shit. I'm not talking about superficial shit right now because I know I want a better society in the long run for my child, for your children out there. And let's not even leave anybody out, for everyone, for the men, the women,
Yeah.
and whoever. I want a better society. I want my daughter to be able to come up in that better society. But I know keeping quiet and shutting the fuck up is not going to do it.
Not at all. Not at all. You know what? We have to take
It's
the
going to
perspective
take.
of farmers. Imagine somebody going to a farmer who's been farming for 50 years and telling them, oh, this is a quicker way that you can get whatever you get. Farmers have to be as, what's the word, as stubborn as the crops that they're waiting on.
Stubborn and patient.
Yes.
Patient
Yeah.
specific, because they could even probably break down, if you tell them something like that, they can even break down step by step how you're a moron and you don't know what you're talking about.
Hey,
Okay, if you do this and it won't grow properly, blah blah blah, they'll tell you every step.
yeah. Yeah. And
And they don't even have to be mean about it.
no, it's just a matter of fact.
Yeah, and then you sit like yeah. Let me tell a dentist how to put in a tooth, even though I have no ounce of dental training. Let me do that.
You know,
Let me do that.
the best thing out of this picture is that brother's not smiling. And that's good that the little brother ain't smiling. That means that, the program ain't fully set in. But he's going to experience some mild trauma, if not heavy trauma.
He's gonna
Yes.
he's gonna be resentful.
Oh,
He's gonna become a youth.
oh yeah. Here comes another player. All right, ladies, you had a chance to possibly, at the worst, make him a Mac, but no, he's going to grow up to be a player.
No, let me tell you what I thought was wrong with all of this. It didn't seem like she believed anything her son said.
Nope.
Because he was a boy and she was a girl.
Mm-hmm.
You were basically telling your son it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't. I would go the harsh way and say you're basically telling your son fuck you.
Yep.
But you rolled with the girl that wasn't your child. Like there's a lot of factors in this. She rolled with the girl that wasn't her child because she was a girl. It was gender first for her. It wasn't even important enough for her being a mother to her son to not be gender first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, how did the hell did she act like she act like she was there? Now, I'm not saying that it's right to hurt a woman. I'm not saying it's right to hit a woman. But a lot of these women are antagonistic. And we're not even talking about full-grown people here. We're talking about children.
Yes.
Children are mean, purely honest people.
Yeah.
Now she could have put his hands on him, so he decided to do it back. He said he thought he was playing, but she was crying. You know how we used to solve that back in the day? Say you're sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Cool. It's like then, and then we think nothing of it. It didn't make the boys into toxic monsters.
All right.
And it didn't make the girls into victims. It didn't like I don't know. It's like, I guess growing up in the 80s was kind of beneficial because we kind of grew up tougher. And I'm even talking about the alphabet people too. They were mentally tougher.
Yeah. Yeah.
But back to the post. It's like, are you really telling this young man is every time you screw up with a woman or every time you hit a woman that it will be okay if you just buy her some gifts? Sound like you're raising an abuser.
That's a damn good point for them.
Yeah. No, it's not okay to hit anybody. It's not. Nobody should be putting their hands on anyone. But she should have heard her son out. That's her son.
All right.
My mom would have pulled me to the side and say, "Hey, told me why it was wrong." But my parents had a grip on reality. Yeah, the other kid, fuck that other kid because they probably did something. But you don't get yourself into trouble. They'll point at me. You don't get yourself into trouble. You don't participate in anything that's going to get you in any kind of shit. Even if they are, let them get in shit by themselves.
The crazy thing is these children. It might not be our generation, probably a generation after us, but they're the children of parents who are the generation that was after us, and it seems like we were the last generation that got those specific values that created early on a pretty decent character within a person. The latchkey kid thing. I was in third grade watching my brother and my baby sister. You know what I'm saying? Most of us grew up where a father wasn't in the home, but there was still a quality of value that manhood had back then. Now it's not even valued. It's not even perceived as a value or even being necessary.
So what you say, manhood? They don't see manhood as being necessary, but they still expect strong leaders.
Look, that's the odd thing. I remember me and my ex-wife had a little bit of argument over that, and I asked her. I said, "What type of guidance do you think is best to give?" Because if you use trigger words, like lead is a trigger word, and it triggers their social conditioning of being controlled. Lead resonates as control with them. Um, Command resonates as control with them. If you say guidance, that somewhat resonates as control. But it's like, look, if I'm the head of the household, then that means that you must be able to take direction. Direction resonates as control, and control is a bad thing. All this automated feminism programming shit that occurs. So, in the aspect of them seeing us as leaders, I don't think they see us as leaders because they can't receive us as leaders. They can't take direction. They can't take command. They can't take guidance, no matter in whatever way you distribute the shit. Maybe, you know what I'm saying, unless you beating some ass. Them the cast that got the most loyal women, unfortunately. And it's like, no, you don't want to have to result to that. I should be able to do so harmoniously. But
Yeah, I don't condone violence against women. I really honestly do think it's punk shit. But at the same time, I also believe that one should defend themselves. Like
definitely.
we were saying on Donnie's show earlier, once you involve something like pots and pans and you start hitting me, then that's it. That's it. I'm sorry. A blunt instrument can kill me. I'd rather live. I'm sorry. I'd rather live. I will do anything I can to subdue an attacker,
Yeah,
especially if it's someone with blunt instruments. It doesn't make me a punk. It makes me a survivor.
that's true.
You know,
That is true.
and think about it. Whatever version everyone else gets is not going to be favorable for you as a man. It's not.
You say version.
It's,
What do you mean you say version?
Man,
yeah, I mean, like men have died because of this. Men's lives were ruined because of stuff like that,
Yeah,
and people don't even have to have the full context.
mm, that's true.
And one day this young man is probably going to have to learn that lesson because I feel like that he's being put in the wrong direction.
yeah,
I think that this. Go ahead, Rainy Woman.
no, I was just saying that I agree. I grew up in a house with boys, with brothers and sisters, and we were taught, that while the boys are not supposed to hit girls, you don't go around putting your hands on them either. You don't put your hands on anyone, and if you put your hands on anyone, you expect to get hit. Period.
How you guys doing
Your
tonight?
hands and your feet on the ground or to yourself.
What's up, Nameless?
Hi, nameless antagonist.
Peace, bro.
Peace, family.
Well,
Y'all got a interesting display of black male sacrifice on display. It's crazy.
Mm.
I mean, I look at this boy and you see the look in his eyes, and you can kind of see the nonsense he's probably going through. And the limbic system, that subconscious portion of his mind, is probably railing against this. But then his his prefrontal cortex is all he wants to do is make sure his mom is happy. But you know what? Even if he was playing rough with this chick, when a girl, especially a black female, especially post Generation X, seems to express interest in a dude, especially when they're younger, what are these girls almost always doing?
Hitting.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so if that's your love language, that's how you communicate how you like someone. You think he's not going to subconsciously pick up on that and end up doing the same thing?
Mm.
I mean, it's like I can't believe the intellectual dishonesty with all of this. And like you were saying earlier, because I came in late, catching in, the last 10 minutes of what you were saying. But yeah, you're right. He's absorbing all of this in the back of his mind. And I don't like this boy mom hashtag I'm seeing a lot lately, because it's like they're putting these displays on to not educate the community, but to reinforce the gynocracy. And they get boldened with this idea that this is somehow helping the black community, and all it's doing is emasculating this boy in front of everybody for something she didn't even give him the benefit of the doubt to really communicate and really understand. I mean, look at this boy's hair right now, right? Like, what is?
yeah.
You see what I mean? Like, she got full control over taking care of that boy's head.
Yeah. And not only that, when you look at the word decided, just take that one word. I'm going to break that whole sentence down, but that one word, decided, meaning he made a conscious choice, right? And then she goes to put his hands, which put his hands in reference to abuse.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you guys off if you were saying something. My bad, family. Go ahead.
No, man. No, don't apologize.
Oh, no, you know what I'm saying? I was just making sure because this I see this too much. You know, you scroll through IG and this is what you see. You go through Facebook and this is what you see, and it's being celebrated, and it's complete nonsense. And when you raise these domesticated lions, and then you wonder why they don't behave a certain type of way when stuff hits the fan, this is exactly where this comes from.
It is.
Yeah. I tell you all the time. Every time you complain about these guys, especially some of the younger ones and more the early 20 range, I say, "Well, you raised them. Y'all raising these cats to be this way." I ain't sure.
And
Take some responsibility.
and therein lies the main issue. They're the ones who's raising them, but they're not like the way that they turn out. And then when you're telling them, okay, this is what the young man is missing. They always ask you, what is he missing? You know, what is he? This is what he's missing.
His father.
And that's it. You need, and this is where the whole single parent thing is such a fallacy, because I think people, especially women, they tend to kind of possessionalize a child. You know what I'm saying? Turn it into an object, like, oh, that's my child. It's not their child, but oh no, it's my child. So people I can raise the kid on my own or whatever, but it's like, look, he needs to learn the other half of himself. He understanding one half with you, let him understand the other half with his father. And his father just happen to have the natural aspect that he's going to naturally gravitate to, the rigidity, especially at that age to where you don't know how to express yourself to an aspect, say he liked this girl or something like that. You're going to be a little bit more forceful. You're going to, he possibly may get a little bit touchy or whatever. This is what the father's supposed to do, and be able to guide you through those hormones or through those feelings, and so you don't overt the situation and keep it into something that's respectful. That's something that you can really only learn if you have a man in the house, because he's patterning himself behind whoever he sees it in. And if his mom is patterning herself with whatever, that's what he gonna pattern himself, and that's how she gonna pattern him. So it's like the father being in a home and being within the child's life should really be something that's viewed as an essentiality of a complete person, not just, oh, my kid got a daddy. But
family. The more I look at this, the more I'm getting upset. Like, I want this to sink in when she says later on in this post, and today we went to the school with an apology letter and the gifts he bought out of his birthday savings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
His birthday savings. Like,
turn him into a whole sucker right there.
I mean, that's his savings. She's comfortable doing that. His birthday savings. Can he go get a job? Can he work somewhere and get that? You see the kind of the crippling emasculation going on so many levels, on a physical and financial level.
Yes, very much so. Matter of fact, Kev, can you send that image to me? I'm going to drop my email. Can you email that to me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, and also I'm going to let you guys have it. Thank you, Kev, for having me on. And before I go, I just want to say thank you all for tuning in to the Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Come again, like, share, and subscribe if you already have it. I'm out.
All right, and we appreciate having you, Reigning Woman.
Much respect.
Thanks for coming up.
Oh, you guys about to shut down?
No. I mean, in a little bit.
Okay.
you know, it's the conversation's going good, so there's no need to stop it now. I mean,
Yeah, because it seemed like y'all been rocking for a while. So yeah, I don't know how
yeah,
much you
yeah,
guys
yeah,
have already covered.
but nameless. You didn't. I wanted like the other broadcast. You were going to explain the whole Joker dynamic,
Oh, I
and I
actually
don't think
sent
you
him.
ever get.
Ooh,
I
please.
did. I sent the brother an email. I bet
Okay.
I can pull that email up. Give me
I got
just
a
a second.
I got a personal perspective on that one. Joker, yeah, we're in the right place now.
Let me find this. Michael Coleman. There we go. Okay, so I'll go ahead and read that. I wanted to give you
Yeah.
a second. Okay, so I said, while I believe the Joker can be identified with the black male struggle, I believe this is the shadow ego of the white man in America being stimulated and armed with the flaming sword of truth, like Batman wields, only it's the icy sword of death instead. What I mean by this is both Batman and the Joker realize the truth of things. While both have taken the black pill, their solutions are more similar than they are different. Batman wields the flaming sword of truth, which heals whatever it cuts. This is why he will not kill, but he will harm to any extent, mentally or otherwise, so that the flames can purify and burn away that which was corrupt and have it heal over time with justice, or the byproduct of truth. The Joker, on the other hand, has concluded that none of it is redeemable and it all must be wiped out.
Yes.
Thus, the icy sword of death does exactly that. It kills what it cuts, and the ice ensures no type of rejuvenation, nothing will return. In a sense, if you're familiar with Warcraft, the Joker is Sargeras, the corrupted titan, which once protected the universe, that decided to destroy it, to save it from an evil that was worse. The utter and complete corruption and oblivion of the eldritch Lovecraftian-esque void lores, which would rot itself on the universe. Sargeras decided that the universe would be better served to be destroyed utterly than to be corrupted and warped by the evils that the void would enact, and thus the bane of all existence in his burning crusade to destroy everything. This is the paradigm which the Joker operates. Having seen the truth, he would burn down everything, and from those ashes, no matter how many are destroyed, in the end, it would be better, quote, because they would at least be, quote, honest. This is a helpless cry for the white man in America who feels as though all he has built is closing in on him, and he is desperate to find something which he can control. Many of the cues, like the black nurse, harkens back to the plantation, where many of the nannies raised young white boys and girls and served as a kind of magic Negro / mammy / fantasy archetype all at the same time. There was a lot of overlap. And while black men to a lesser extent experienced this, remember who that nanny formed a true maternal connection to: the white man. Don't think of, don't. Oh yeah, I was just the rest of the email. I said, don't think he is on Olympic level. I don't think he on Olympic level doesn't recognize this and find himself oddly attracted and simultaneously repulsed. It's a pretty jacked up dichotomy. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, so that was my response to him because I didn't get to his question till a few days later.
Okay. Well, you say you ended up sending him the email though.
Yeah, that's the email.
Basically, I wanted to hear it. So that is very interesting. Yeah, that is very interesting, and you know, I can agree with you on that.
Definitely.
So would you say the Joker is reflected through these guys that say burn it down, you know, burn the community down? Because you know you heard those guys talk, right?
Right. So again, I was only speaking to the Joker movie, but I want to speak on to the Black Pill. I think the Black Pill solution is exactly that. It's okay. The only way to rebuild is to burn everything down and reduce it to a state that the environment forces cooperation once again. And that's essentially the message of the Black Pill. And unfortunately, a lot of individuals who are classified as incel can also come to that same conclusion. because at the end of the day, it's kind of like the difference between the Sigma male and the Omega male, right? Both are outside the structure, the hierarchy, but they're approaching it from two completely different directions. So they come to the same conclusion. They're not going to be part of the group, but their reason for not being a part of the group is very different. So the way they will respond to stimuli and changes in the circumstance is going to be night and day. So that's why you can have a lot of red pill folks who understand what's going on and have opted out of the system voluntarily versus the people who've been forced out and never could really participate off the jump. And unfortunately, most of the black pill rhetoric gets spun by those individuals because in reality, they want to get into the system. So they want to break it down and redefine it in a way where they can be, you know, the centers of attention that they appear to be. It touches into that psychological aspect known as childish grandiosity. And a lot of psychologists will tell you that's the true point of origin of evil. Whereas a lot of the Sigma mentality, where they're individuals that want to take a step out, it's not that they couldn't participate in it. They just see where it's going and they want to do something that would be better for the greater aggregate. And so they will let themselves go through pain so that they can rebuild that back again. You understand what I'm saying?
And that is where you said it resonated with the where the black pill aspect.
Right.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So would you say that those of the black pill aspect have, I guess you could say, embers of possible anarchy within them?
Yes, and it boils down to what's the intention of the burning. You know, you see this theme come up again in the occult constantly with this idea of death and rebirth. Like the Scorpio sign is literally the embodiment of that if you get into astrology. You know, it's all about, you know, the phoenix rising high and then crack. Well, the bird rising and then crashing, and as it dies and burns from the ashes, it recreates itself and resurrects, and it starts the cycle all over again. You understand what I'm saying? So that flame does represent radical change and burning things down, but it's burning things with the intention of not destroying it utterly, but so that it can be broken down to its basic components so that you can use those components to ultimately rebuild. Because even a forest fire, those ashes ultimately become the fertilizer that allows for the next generation to grow in. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts. Yeah.
Also, what's good, Roger?
What's happening, Nameless? First of all, I like to say, folks, I'm back because I left in order to get some money, but had to work some things out. Plans gonna have to move in a different direction than what I thought at first, but that's how money goes sometimes, you know. So I'm back, but shout out to everybody on the panel.
Good to have you back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. But I'm not exactly sure where we at in the conversation, so I'm gonna need a moment or two to log back in. But yeah, I'm gonna let y'all keep going for now.
Yeah,
I know where it was earlier. Yeah, I know where it was earlier, but I want to see where it is now.
Your aspect of Batman and the Joker being on the same wavelength, that's always resonated with me as a kid. Like I always used to ask people, what's the difference between the hero and the villain?
Time
and method.
Yep.
But they have the same goal. They just navigate to that goal, you know, in different aspects of either maintaining a harmony or seeing harmony worth being disrupted, but in order for the greater good of peace and love for all and all that. It's like if anybody pay attention to Naruto,
pain.
You know, more like Sasuke.
Okay, the lesser evil for the greater good.
Right, or Madara. You know what I'm saying? Like they said that the Uchiha, who were known to be the most destructive and have the greatest amount of hate, also found out that was fueled by the greatest amount of love. They had the deepest love of all the clans.
Right.
And in the aspect of having that deep love, you do run an aspect of eventually getting to the point to where, yeah, this shit does need to be reset by any means necessary, hook, crook, or the Molotov. You know what I'm talking about? Because you want better. You try to work with it, and if you If you work with it, then you find out, okay, this shit is gangster. And my work with it, my work with, okay, me working with it comes from an aspect of me somewhat adjusting aspects of culture and quality that the system might not vibe with right off the bat. You know, kind of like the way Motown did their music, and they went, you know, against how Stax did theirs, a little less blackly. You know what I mean?
Right.
To
Right.
try to work with the system, but the system shows you that, okay, no matter what adjustments you make, you are going to have some form of devaluement upon yourself. And if you can live with that, then yeah, we can be friends.
Well, this is, and I would use the same series and take it to a different track. And I'm gonna run it concurrent with what you just said. Do you remember Root? Do you remember Root, the organization that Donzo was headed?
Oh, definitely.
So the whole motto of the Leaf Village is that they are the root that exists in the darkness, so that the Leaf Village can raise itself to the sun.
Precisely.
And that's the aspect I was speaking on when I said to be the lesser evil so that there can be a greater good.
Facts.
And that's really that whole Inyo or yin yang principle. That's a big theme in ninjutsu. Big thing, like actual ninjutsu. That's a huge concurrent theme. Right. And so, you know, when you even go into the occult realm, they use it as the degree of polarization. So it's to say that everything is essentially the same. So love and hate run on the same axis. It's like we use words like hot and cold, but these things are subjective and relative. But the thing we're actually talking about at the end of the day is temperature.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? The temperature is what it is. It's just we're the ones that are attributing a polarity to it, hot or cold. So it's the same thing, you know, and it's why you get into these issues of good and evil, and you know, it's all relative and perspective, and tying it back to Batman and Joker. There's a lot of people who consider both of them evil, but it's that nuance there. You know, their goal ultimately, again, boils down to the way they want to reform. Batman has the flaming sword of truth that heals what it cuts, and Joker has the icy sword of death that obliterates anything it touches.
Yeah, I guess I could agree with that based on all of the Batman and Joker stories I've read in my life. But you explained something to me that I heard. I've heard black pill before. But I didn't quite like. I understand what red pill is. I understand what blue pill is. But black pill, that's something I never got any clear definition of. So basically, black pill is burn it down and let whatever rise from the ashes.
Yes.
That's to be the new continuity. That's what you're trying to say?
Well, it isn't in this anarchic muhaha type thing. It is a brutal, overwhelming acceptance of death. It's the true acceptance of death and realizing that it's part of the cycle, and at the same time posturing yourself to prepare for the ramifications of it rather than fighting to stave it off. It is a very thin line between nihilism and the black pill. These archetypes are shown in the occult a lot, like the Reaper, death as an archetype in the tarot. If you're familiar with Japanese culture, the concept of the Shinigami, you know, these death-esque concepts that defy the idea of life, but they're also life at the same time. And this is getting into a lot of Buddhist ideology about nothingness, and there's all these words for it. So I don't know how familiar you are with it, and I don't want to lose people by bringing this up. But an illustration that one of my instructors told me is to think of it like you've got the red pill. I'm sorry, the blue pill being inhaling breath, and the red pill exhaling breath. But the black pill is the space in between breaths. You understand what I'm saying? It's not something you can necessarily stay in, but you can be consciously aware of it indefinitely for as long as you have observation.
So it's the awareness itself.
Yes, and your decision on how you respond to it as a result. Oftentimes it's rooted in this idea known as audacity. So you can say the black pill is the space between breaths. It is what it is. The kanji we learned for that was mu, which means nothingness. And it's a nothingness that the sutra goes, from nothing manifest everything.
Right.
And you see that same concept brought up like in Genesis. I'm not trying to get religious on folks, but I'm just showing the concept.
Yeah.
The Big Bang ideology would be a more up-to-date reference. There was nothing and then there was something. The space between breath represents that. The neutron, if you use the proton and electron dynamic. You have the charge and the absence of a charge, and then you've got the neutron. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That space between breaths, that it's always been there, but you may not necessarily been cognizant of it. The black pill is recognizing the cycle for what it is and not judging it. It's the absence of polarity.
But nor is it just going with the wind, though.
Exactly.
There is some element of intent placed for it, but it's an intent. It's an intent toward whatever I guess existence would say is the sustained balance.
Balance or equilibrium, more so equilibrium, because what is equilibrium ultimately? It's forces that are acting upon each other. It's the acknowledgement of the blue pill, the acknowledgement of the red pill, and the realization that they are pills, period. They are polarizations of the exact same thing, which is existence. That's the black pill. So that's why I use the proton, neutron, electron dynamic. There's the charge, the absence of the charge, and then there's the nothingness. You understand what I'm saying? The non-charged state.
Right.
So the breath dynamic works with that. Are you dead when you're not breathing in between two breaths? You're technically not breathing. Are you alive? Well, you're not breathing. But it's the space between breaths. It's always going to happen in between each breath. It's that stillness, and this is again
that sustained presence,
right? And it's a huge theme in Buddhism. So once again, this word mu or nothingness is used a lot to describe that, and the kanji is kind of complicated. And ironically, the kanji, the way you draw it, it looks like a house that's on fire. Just to bring the point back to what you were saying.
The kanji for stillness looked like a house
for nothingness. For nothingness.
Oh, for nothingness.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
Phoenix. That's dope.
Yeah. So this is maybe turn this into a esoteric philosophical talk, but yeah, they know what these symbols mean, man. But that's black pill, in a nutshell, as it's intended to be. So a lot of people can choose to follow the nihilistic path once they've acknowledged the black pill. Some others pull the audacity card and say, you know what, it is what it is, and I'm gonna make the best of it, irrespective of what people say, and they go forward with it. I think BGS sees it a lot like that.
Would that lie in the realm of the gray Jedi?
Would what?
Would that lie in the realm of the gray Jedi?
Kind of. They're more like the dark Jedi. They're more like the dark. Actually, who embodied that? I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Old Republic. Do you remember Darth Treya?
Darth Treya doesn't ring a bell.
She was the instructor of Darth Revan.
Okay.
She had formerly been a Jedi who became a Sith and then lost her powers in the Force because she was so disgusted with the idea that the Force was a living thing that had predetermination and could influence events, that it overrided human agency, really conscientious agency, and she wanted to destroy the Force. That's an example of the black pill.
Damn, to destroy the Force. Okay, so an aspect of you bringing that up, I've always believed that you can only get to the aspect of a gray Jedi by going through the Sith path, because you can't find it. You can't travel the Jedi path and get an understanding of a totality. I think there has to be dynamics and passion involved.
That was her argument. She said it's the whole reason why people kept falling from the light, or the light side of the force, because it made people non-human. It didn't acknowledge them being conscientious beings with feelings and emotions and the right to exist.
Right.
And so it tried to turn people into things that they weren't. And then she also said that, unfortunately, the dark side does the opposite but equal thing, that people get so caught up in their thirst for power that they get drowned by it.
Yeah.
The term that we learned in ninjutsu from Masaki Hasumi, he said, ninja travel in darkness because they carry with them their own inner light. So it's to say that darkness and light can blind you. What you find people do is they seem to have a preference for one over the other. That's the fundamental argument between the Sith and the Jedi, ultimately.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, the Force is just the Force, right?
Right.
That's the black pill perspective. But you see how that can easily be seen as a lazy way out to not engage. That would be balance. But to make the conscientious decision after understanding both, that would be equilibrium.
Yeah, because you got to have experience to disengage.
That's my point. And so the people who have experience and disengage, there you go with Batman. Those who take that way out passively, you get the Joker. It's still the black pill, however.
Wow. Like, I don't know. As far as me, I don't know about all these pills, like red pill, blue pill, black pill. I would just like to go with the scenario that turns out the best for most of us, if not mostly all of us. And right now, I don't know if that's even possible, but I have to hope for something.
Well, look at it like this: do Northwest, East, and South really exist? Does that really exist?
No, it doesn't exist because it's all upon the same plane.
So what we are using are tools to help us understand things from our perspective, because as third dimensional beings, we're limited by our perspective. So we have to use tools to have a point of reference so we can discuss, so we can put limitations on the infinite, essentially.
Right.
That's where these concepts become problematic for some people. So I try to not to get people to get married to the terms and take them literally, but to just see them abstractly for what they're supposed to represent and take what's useful and leave behind what's not, if that makes sense.
In the aspect of you saying the Joker's lane would be passive, I've always thought the opposite. I've always thought that it's very easy to be the hero. It's very easy. It's very easy to be the hero.
But he's not so much being the hero. How do I want to put this? I don't want to get caught up in having English limit what I'm trying to say with that. So I had to use passive as an opposition to active. They're both technically active, right?
Right.
And easy and hard is relative, because for what they both do is actually hard for them, because the Joker wants to be part of society and do the right thing. He cannot take the hypocrisy and the nonsense.
Right.
He can't. Right. Batman wants to ignore what he sees going on as a result of the world, but he can't let go of what happened to him.
Right.
They're both moving forward and struggling. So when I say active and passive, you can rephrase that to just different polarities. Again, that's why I use the flaming sword Batman's using, the sword that heals what it damages, versus the icy sword, the one that destroys and doesn't rejuvenate, because it's easier to destroy than it is to actually give life at the end of the day.
So let's put it to perspective of where our reality as Black men is right now in this world, in this country.
Right.
Which sword do we feel would best assist our situation? The healing sword or the death sword?
And this is where it depends on what your objective is. There's going to be Black men who choose to use both, and the results are going to be very different for what their objectives are. If you want to stay in the community and rebuild it, you need that flaming sword, period. If you are done and don't see any way to reform, you need to aggregate and take that icy sword of death and carve your own path.
Right.
And I think that's going to happen irrespective. We've seen what's gone on when a lot of organizations, when the social sciences essentially got their hands on our situation. Are you guys familiar with social dominance order theory?
Vaguely.
Well, it's interesting. To put a long story short, figuratively speaking, Black men occupy a position of double jeopardy. So because we're Black, we're placed in the out group, and because we're men who aren't in the position to dominate, they gain diminishing returns from any efforts they put forwards, but their ability to suffer consequences for failure are not just left in check for men, it's doubled. So we have to work twice as hard to get the reward, and we get 4 times the punishment for failing. So numerically speaking, we're in a position to be attacked on all sides, whereas our counterparts, Black women in general, almost exclusively all the problems they face are related to them being females, but also all the benefits they obtain are due to them being female simultaneously. And it's left us in a particular position to where, since we came out of chattel slavery the way we did, we've never been in a position to even occupy these limited spaces of masculinity that have been attributed to us. And so the Black male has never been able to rise to the status of man to start with. We're still struggling with acknowledging our inherent humanity. And when we graduate, the only place we're allowed to graduate to is the position of boy. So if we use the social dominance order hierarchy here, social mammals organize themselves first by age. So we don't have adolescents and minors leading the group. Second, and by gender, with the exception of things like bonobo, chimpanzees, and hyenas, most mammals are led by their male counterpart, and oftentimes experience sexual dimorphism as a result to emphasize that. So the last group they organize is through what they call arbitrary association. And this is where you get race and gender, race and religion and culture and all these other subsects. And this formula works out the same way. So if we only ever graduate to the state of boy, we're already inherently not able to fulfill that role as man.
Right.
So it's a lot like an effort of trying to multiply by 0. For the few of us that do make it out to the top, it isn't that we're making it because of our demographic, we're making it in spite of our demographic. Because at the end of the day, the outgroup males, which is what Black men fit under, are always going to be viewed as a threat, ultimately. And since we know that racism, white supremacy, as Dr. Francis Cress Welsing broke down, is all about white genetic survival, and the only formula that produces white is 2 individuals coming together who've been classified as white, procreate with each other, because white plus anything else equals non-white. We get this dynamic. So off the jump, we've got that problem, seconded by the fact that women of all groups are going to be seen as a resource to the dominant male group, period. And so since there's no perceived use for us and we're seen as a threat, there's the double jeopardy. It leaves the only option for Black men, realistically speaking, one way or another, we need to become our own in-group. We need to become our own circle of dominance, because it's the only way we're going to stop that treatment. If we don't find some kind of way to aggregate together, either here or elsewhere, and become the dominant group of our own spheres, it's going to be a problem, specifically the dominant males, in whatever sphere we engage in. That includes economically, legally, politically, in the media, and in education. That's the ladder we have to climb up. And we're struggling with the economics as far as aggregating it, because we as Black men don't trust each other, and we've never learned to.
I was just going to say that the main thing that's blocking us is us having a desire to have value relations as such. To me, that's the main thing. That's the main thing of why none of our economists have jumped off anything. It's like people like, oh, if we get our black money together, we'll be able to do this, that, and the third. And my thing is, but what about valuing another brother or sister in an aspect of seeing them valuable and what they create as having value and being worth, you know, I said me
in other words, recognizing their intrinsic value, right?
Exactly.
Well, the problem we have with that, once again, is if it were so easy for us to do it, we would have done it on the plantation. But if we did it on the plantation, there would have been no way they could have kept us enslaved. Period.
Right.
No way. The only reason this succeeded is because we were convinced to not trust each other from the very beginning. We see each other as subordinate men. Period. And it's intrinsic. And it takes a lot of work if you were grown. Unless you were grown in an environment where that wasn't the case, it's in the back of your mind. And it's taken a lot of effort for a lot of us to get put into that position. And for many people sitting here, you know, their first exposure to that was probably through the pro-black indoctrination, right? Mm-hmm. You know, you learn who you are, your history, you know, your ABCs. And that's the first time you begin to consider that you're more than just what you were told, which was a slave. And that was a good first step. But there's a lot more we needed to address. We didn't address that level of the gynocracy and how it creates a conflict of interest. Because what we're really saying at the end of the day is that in order for us to be where we need to be the dominant group, women would have to submit to this idea. And in the current scenario, the only way you can have a gynocracy is if you have the scenario we have now, where your subordinate men voluntarily remain as that. It's the same as the symbiote, the venom symbiote. Like it can do some things on its own with some support, but without a host, it can't do anything. And black men operate as that host. And that's why they have to have them function in very specific ways, but mentally be adherent and subservient to the gynocracy. Hence that photo you guys posted earlier, that whole post. This is how you create that. That's why the nannies were in charge of men on the plantation back in the day. Like it can do some things on its own with some support, but without a host, it can't do anything. And black men operate as that. I think Gerald just hopped on. What's good, fam?
Hey, what's good, man? How you doing?
I'm chilling, family.
Hey, well, look. So only reason why I jumped in because basically everything you're saying is correct. But me thinking with my angry black ass, really, because the thing about it is, I've been saying this since the 80s, the 90s. Right. Why can't we have our own? I come from the bunt end of when we had our own till King switched it over. And then he figured out he screwed up.
Right.
Now they control the money. They control the print press. They stole the damn land. Now they focus on keeping it unraveled because these damn vampires are harvesting organs. This thing is so diabolical to me that we're going from colored bathrooms to now you need my organs to live. In the words of Shaka Zulu, I'm considering that war. That's why I don't like talking on doggone podcast, because they'll come get me for saying those words. We're at war. We can't keep praying, which is Praying, while they are Preying. You get what I'm saying? I love it, but I'm old now, so I got to take a backseat and listen to you guys. So we need a new solution, and the solution, the solution is fire. It is fire. They own everything: the banks, the mortgages, the thought process. We can't even think outside this box. And I'm listening to you, and I'm saying, damn, he sounds like the male Sophia Stewart. That's why they didn't like Sophia Stewart, which is the woman who really wrote The Matrix.
Matrix, yeah. And Terminator.
Yes.
They had the same story.
Yeah, so I'm saying, damn, he's on it. But again, what is the problem? Why is it a problem for us to control our own economics, which to me is a problem to them because we'll be taking money off their table?
Well, you've got the Moynihan report that goes into deep detail about this because the government realized they messed up with Jim Crow and Reconstruction because they didn't follow Lincoln's original plan for us to be sent to Panama, the UK, and Liberia. Because they didn't follow through with that and kept us there, we became a majority population that they didn't have any real control over. So their whole goal was to try to quell our population, and so they opened the gates to people in Europe to come over here in mass, which is why when you talk to a lot of a lot of white folks, and they trace their family lines, a lot of them got over here post 1865, and it was because the government was basically giving away free land so they could outpace our numbers.
Right.
True.
Just like Argentina.
The second component to that was there was a lot of anti-black rhetoric and the instant formation of the KKK as a means of trying to keep us from having our Second Amendment right to arms.
Right.
So with all of this done, in the early 1900s, we saw the formation of the Eugenics Society. So the Eugenics Society was continually targeting us as a base that needed to be destroyed and quelled. Then by the time we get to 1965, when the Moynihan Report is done and civil rights is said and done, they're all confused, like, well, why aren't they integrating into society correctly? And what they found was, due to the men on the plantation having been buck broken, subjugated, and not in a position of dominance, followed by the propaganda machine to make black men specifically become the target of lynchings due to white genetic survival, because like Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said, it's the male that can impose sex. So it was the male organ, the seed, that was attacked. Because of that, there was a purpose. They doubled down on the male out-group dynamic, and black men have not been able to be seen as leaders, organizers, and controllers of the spheres that they occupy. This created a sense of scarcity in the women, who began to favor empowering their daughters so that their daughters were not in a position to where they couldn't provide for themselves. And subsequently, it was the boys growing up who suffered because they were not being taught to become empowered. Second that with what goes on with the legislation, where feminism introduced the idea of having the state become a surrogate father. Then we get these policies that you see just before we hit the crack era. And Gerald, you saw this, where a lot of these policies only mandated that they could only have one income in the household. And that a lot of the child support money and all of those other programs that got enacted during that early 70s time period, you couldn't have the father in the home.
Right.
And so all of this created the perfect storm that left us in a position to where black men were economically locked the hell out. And all of this right after the Vietnam War, where folks were being drugged out, strung out, and economically disenfranchised. And so, and then, God, it's like a trifecta. And then with the families that were moving out of the South to go north into these places that had these industry jobs, like, you know, working for GM, you know, you got Detroit, spots in Chicago, all over.
Don't forget Gary, Indiana, because all of that was that steel mill, the iron workers,
right? To
all
support
of that.
Right. They all suddenly, folks were moving out there, living the middle class lifestyle, getting $80K a year, and then suddenly out the blue, they decide to outsource all of that work to India and China. And that's where you get all of these hoods now. All of a sudden, all of that happened at once. So, you know, when you ask, you know, why aren't we coming together? The result is that we defaulted to our programming on the plantation, and our goals became masculinity being measured by what was measured on the plantation. And that was the resources you could provide as a field Negro, and your value as a slave breeding buck. And that's what we see fast forward here, because black men have been in a position to where we've been perpetually fighting to have our inherent humanity recognized, let alone our masculinity. And as a result, the only way we seem to be able to define our masculinity is by our acceptance by the gynocracy, the amount of women we can have sex with, and our sexual prowess in general, which was the only thing we had on the plantation. So you get these things like people having babies but no families. We get this value in working your ass off but having nothing to show for it. We get the cultural reset every generation with values that are taught in the church. Because like the story of Daniel and the lion's den, on the plantation, we got told that Daniel sat in the corner like a little bitch because God said he was going to take care of everything. Meanwhile, everybody else got told, you know, you can stand up and face them damn lions because God got your back.
Yeah.
You're going to get the same story, but a completely different result. That's why. That's just kind of scratching the surface. I don't know if that answered everything you were saying, Gerald, but that's like the multiple compound dysfunction that's going on.
It did. But then I have to step outside that box you say and think globally. Now, just the other day, I woke up. One of my favorite movies was on from 1964. It was called Zulu.
Right.
And every time that movie come on, it seems like I'm learning more and more and more because I'm listening. I'm closing the eyes and I'm listening.
Right.
And then it hit me. You're going to try to tell me that 100 soldiers defeated 4,000? Man, y'all a damn lie. But then that voice in my head said, no, look at this different. So when I looked at the tribes of the Africans that was fighting, I said, every one of those Africans maybe had 2 or 3 wives, had a multiple of children. That means, oh, hell, they can't defeat us because we almost like the Mexicans. We touch and it produces. We like the Mother Earth. We touch it, it produces. And then I started thinking of a mob way. And like, damn, for every African, he had maybe 6 or 7 children, which meant 6 and 7 cases of child support, which means they can rule almost for eternity.
Well, that's what they're worried about now because their reproductive rate, like the philosophy of white supremacy, is biting them in the ass now. Because when you look at the white genetic dynamic, right? Especially if you want to consider phenotypes, it behaves like albinoism in that in order for an albino to occur, both parents have to have the gene for it. So if one parent doesn't have the gene for it, the other genes will have dominance over that expression, usually. So when you are working with a population as limited as that, and you keep reproducing so closely over time, you start having genetic defects. And the end result is that you become infertile over time. You know, that's just the end result of that trajectory. So Africa in and of itself has more ethnicities on that continent than all the rest of the world put together. So you can go in any portion of Africa you want, isolate a 1,000-mile radius, and you will find so many ethnicities there that it still trumps the whole rest of the globe combined. You can take different African tribes and put them together, and they're going to form completely different genomes. Europeans can't say that. So what's happening now is the reproductive rate of Africa right now is the highest in the world at a 6. It's like 6.7, almost 7. Whereas Europe is at a 1, like a 1.1. And I don't think they've ever seen a number that low in history. So that's just to add some weight to what you were saying.
Okay.
And that's why, you know, and I guess I'll get into my solution mode to all of this. And this upsets a lot of pro-black folks, but I kind of don't care. I don't give a damn. You know, you can get mad if they want to. At the end of the day, the way I see it, we're global citizens because we literally have the right of way as far as language, culture, and genetics global. The human race came from Africa. We, as individuals, are part of the African diaspora in the United States, whose ancestors were part of the transatlantic slave trade, have the most diverse genetic profile of anybody on the planet. Any one of us here have more tribes flowing through our veins due to the way the slave trade worked than anybody else on the planet, all consisting of original ethnic DNA. We are literally the grandparents of the human race, the progenitor. When you look at every culture on the planet, when it comes to civilization, there is a point of line of effect you can draw back to Africa every single time, either directly or indirectly. We should be seeing ourselves as global citizens and getting involved in the global conversation and stop looking at the United States as the only sandbox we can be involved with, because there are other groups of people who've done the same thing. And the places that they come from, those people didn't tell them to not come here. There's no reason why we shouldn't. And it's the same thing Marcus Garvey was talking about. And it ultimately was the same thing that Malcolm X started talking about before they assassinated him. The whole reason why Garvey got deported was because he was using the Black Star Line for that exact reason. And he was instantly deported within weeks.
He did. He was. Here's a question, and because I know we're getting off topic, but when we say Marcus Garvey, and I always try to find out who was his teacher. Because there's always a trail of this person. Because now, to think about it, when I growing up in the South, Malcolm was just a whisper name in the wind. They shoved Martin Luther King down our throat like they did Jesus Christ. And still to this day, I don't sing "We Shall Overcome." I hated the song then. I hate the song now. I'm not a King fan, but whoever gonna talk, go ahead. I'm listening.
I think it was Noble Drew Ali, wasn't it?
Noble Drew Ali.
It's complicated. He was already here. He was tied to another circle entirely. Okay. So Noble Drew Ali did have a lot to do with Elijah Muhammad in that circle, with his work with the Turks that were coming over here that were associated with the Shriner circles. So that's the Moorish connection, if you're wondering about it. That's that can of worms. Marcus Garvey was coming from a completely different sect out of Jamaica. And there were a lot of them that were left over from the Maroon communities that were down there in Jamaica. And I'm not sure how familiar people are with Jamaica's history, but the Maroons were the individuals that were out there in the Blue Mountains they obtained their emancipation a long time ago from the British before the rest of the island did. Right. They were led by Queen Nanny and Cujo, and they fought against the British and waged guerrilla warfare and beat the British and got their emancipation recognized. And they have festivals every year kind of commemorating that out there in the Blue Mountains. In fact, that's actually how jerk pork was made. They couldn't make open fires, so they smoked the food that they were making. And that's how you got the jerk cooking style down there in Jamaica. Yeah, that's an interesting little side note. But his bloodline came from them, and they had always been about that life. And that's why when the Rastafarian movement happens years later after Marcus Garvey made that prediction about a king that would come from Ethiopia, they took to that very quickly. And a lot of the Nyabingi House Rastafarians, they're all about that. That's why they really praise Marcus Garvey that way. Yes. But Garvey came out of that school. But unfortunately, a lot of folks at the time were not really trying to hear what Garvey had to say. And so he had to move to the United States. And that's when the Harlem Renaissance was really starting to kick off. Yes. And he got educated by those brothers in Harlem. And he took his message and just went 200 miles an hour with it. And, when you hear a lot of the speeches he was doing, he was going into churches and getting people organized. And that's really how that kicked off. And this was all while the Noble Drew Ali was operating in the background. And I think the whole Seven Circle Camp and all of them, they were beginning to form the Moorish Science Temple that would eventually help bring Islam to the map in the United States. And it would be under Elijah Muhammad that, the Nation of Islam really kicks off full speed. But, it's two different rhythms were going on, because like even Malcolm X's parents, they were Garveyites.
Yes, they were.
So, those values it was Garvey's movement that really pushed people to look for another movement. And it was when Elijah Muhammad had that timing to really grab the remnants of the Garveyites and really incorporate them into that circle. And so you saw a lot of that going on, a lot of that.
Next, let's go. Come on.
What was the other question?
I was going to ask you a question, brother. In the aspect of you say you old, but you still got that fire that a lot of cats of your generation don't have.
Cause I'm pissed. Because I'm pissed, dude.
People ain't pissed.
Here's the thing.
Show it.
Go ahead, Kevin.
No, see, here's the thing about that little old crack. And Gerald, you keep saying you're old. I didn't even know you were your age until you said it. But people say that people are old just to discount them in the conversation. Yeah. I mean, it's just with anything. It's just with any shaming tactic. If somebody says something that you don't quite want to agree with or listen to, and that's just for some of us, it's not for all of us. Then we just gonna we're gonna negotiate and we're gonna find our way out of it. And I hear this quite often myself, even being over 40. Well, I'm 43.
Mhm.
That you're an old guy. That you're old. You're just ornery and angry because you're old.
That's what I tell. I'm like, look, I've been in a wellness field well over 20 years, and that's one thing that you notice is an aspect of how the human body matures. And black people do not age. Our youthfulness matures. This is why they're always, guessing our age to be a whole lot less usually than what it is. And everybody else in between, they tend to age basically, but white people don't age either. They actually decay, kind of like bitch Dewey style. So
I've already resolved myself that I'm gonna be 80 something years old, still kicking people in the head. So that's my lifetime resolution.
what's your discipline, brother?
Man, let's see. I started with Taekwondo, moved on to Jeet Kune and then Ninjutsu. So I've been kind of oscillating between Jeet Kune and Ninjutsu since I was 15 years old.
You got a good recipe, man. The way the intercepting fist and the assassin. I can dig it.
Yeah.
You see the logic. Yeah, man, you gotta have the whole package in this world, man. Like, it's a lot you gotta deal with. I tell black folks, like, black men in particular definitely have to kind of view themselves as their own isolated nation and conduct business accordingly. That was what I was gonna actually bring up earlier. Ivan von Clausewitz was a Austrian general before Austria was Austria. They went through this period. Basically, that's primordial Germany, and it's why it leads up to the formation of German nationalism, which led to the Nazi Party and all that later. Bottom line, this dude was a military genius. He wrote a 18-volume series treatise on war, and the term was called The Art of War, but it wasn't the same book from Sun Tzu. And in the first volume, this dude wrote one of the most brilliant dissertations I've ever seen on the nature of war, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. And in a few words, he just basically summed up and said, war is ultimately a method by which one asserts their will upon another. And the goal of war is not necessarily to kill your opponent, but render them unable to resist your will.
That sounds like the United States.
That's life.
That's everything. Everything. And when he said that, my mind was just
Yeah.
And it made so much damn sense. And I looked at everything, European culture as a whole, all culture, even Eastern culture, everybody with the culture understands that factor inherently. And I think we as black men are so disconnected from that we don't understand what that means unless we're trying to apply it to somebody else that looks like us.
Facts.
And we have got to get over that.
But see, the thing is, we're black people are naturally good people.
Right.
You come from good stock, and they had the good aspect of the slavery aspect drilled into them, to where you're hospitable. If you think about it, we operate as if we're not even really a part of the human spectrum. Which is why we tend to let others overrun us and be overtly cordial to people who are undeserving of it or whatever. The thing is, we have to, as Dr. John Henry Clark said, we have to give the world a new humanity by giving ourselves a new humanity. And that humanity must be layered in our, how do you say, our dominance. It must be, because anything else, the world is not going to yield the way it needs to. I have no problem that the white man wants to control the world. The world's a beautiful place to want to control. The only things I have a problem with that they the only ones that we think that they're the only ones that can have that idea. Even though it may not occur, we can still put that desire within us to want to fucking control the world, to want to have societies bend and yield to our will. That's a human thing.
And that's it, a human thing, right?
Yeah.
Because even Theodore Roosevelt stole this quote because he was out there in them safaris, so he picked up game from the Bantu out there. They said, "Speak softly and carry a big stick."
Big stick.
And there it is. It tells you all you need to know.
That's
Let me say something real quick.
go ahead,
In
kid.
order for us to assert some kind of control, wouldn't you say that we would have to handle our struggles internally first?
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Roger said it right. He said, "How you gonna worry about somebody else's yard when your yard's jacked up?"
Hosea Williams said that too about Mandela when he came to the United States. And Hosea, I still remember his words very clearly. He said, "I'm not against Mandela, but how are you all gonna give this man all this money, give him all of this to go back to Africa when you can't even clean up your own yard?" I had to turn away because those were some heavy words that he said.
Yep.
And those were truthful words that he said. And Kev, to backdoor what you said, I think we should all do things internally, and secretly. Our business ain't nobody else's business, man. You understand what
I get that, but I was saying that in the context of we need to handle our problems internally first before we decide to assert. Is not so much secret as if it's some things that just have to be done in order for us to assert some measure of control. Because with all of these little internal struggles that we're having, they're hindrances right now.
Facts.
And that's what that's what we're trying to get rid of, so to speak. We're trying to get rid of the hindrances. I don't too much like the whole other group thing. Other groups are doing this, other groups are doing that, because I feel like that's a big conversation deflection as well. And it's an acceptance that another group is superior to you. But it is what it is. We just have too many of our own problems right now to think about going anywhere else and trying to control anyone else. We got to get our shit together.
Right. So I don't think anyone's arguing that, right?
Creating the desire to do so.
Right.
That's the thing that we lose. We don't have a desire to be frontier setters anymore. We're just wanting to be comfortable and have relief, as opposed to a true existence of freedom, but being able to direct our reality and our existence. Is a lot of people just want the U.S. off their ass. I don't want them just off our ass. I want to be able to live within this world and express and create as my ancestors did, as opposed to just being a citizen living comfortably, in another gangster motherfucker's societal conditions.
Right, but Kev, right? You're saying that what Bill Monger just said is essentially a side effect of us not having our shit together, like you were saying earlier, right? Yeah, and I have the same notion. Like, I'm of the same thought that Kev is with regards to that. That's where we should be, but we're nowhere near that now. And we need to, as Black men, begin to see ourselves as being worthy of that to even start that process. Definitely. And a lot of us are having a big problem seeing ourselves as human and entitled to agency, let alone, even going as far as to start with, imposing will on anything. Because you've got to have self-discipline and self-mastery to even begin that path. And we struggle horribly with that. Folks can't even control their own weight. So if you can't control your own damn weight, how are you going to control anything else?
Facts.
Yeah, that's correct. That's why I like pushing what my parents pushed to me when I was a kid, which is you got to pay the cost to be the boss.
Yep.
Period. And if we can actually take a mentality as that, if I got to get somebody else away because they got the paper that I don't have, okay, I can understand it. But when I got the paper, I ain't trying to hear it. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing on my end. So we do got to get into that mindset. But I think, and the reason I attack so many situations on my channel as far as how our men and women are treating each other, because at the end of the day, unless the men and the women get on the same page, you can't advance as a people. There is no group of people that ever advance without their women. It just never happened in history. So, especially as I think we are, I don't think we're gonna be the first ones to do it. I just don't see that happening. You know, I'm not gonna get to the point I'm gonna say let it burn to the ground, because I heard a little bit of the black bill. I ain't going that far, but I can't trip if a man says, "Hey, let it burn," because at the end of the day, we've had opportunity to convince many people to do many things. So if we didn't instill in a guy that it was valuable enough for him to give his sweat, his money, and his tears to our situation, that's our fault as a community. You know what I'm saying? That's like our bad as a community, that we didn't make him think it was valuable enough for him to participate. So that's where we went wrong. But yeah, we do got to get things together as a people. And I think that like kid, when you was talking about leadership, we just got to start pushing what leadership is, and we're gonna have to just have people either accept it or get rolled over. At the end of the day, that's just the name of the game. I don't know if all y'all saw that movie State Property back in the day.
Yes,
of course.
Yep.
The world
Saw it.
the world operates on get down or lay down. That's what it is.
Yeah, our squadron motto when I was in the Air Force was lead, follow, or get out of the way. So yeah, I understand that.
He's right. He got a point.
Yeah.
But that's why I said again, at the end of the day, black men in particular have to see themselves as worthy of being in that leadership uncompromisingly. And I think that's where we run into our first brick wall, which is dealing with this gynocracy. And it's not a deflection. It's not trying to place blame. This is literally conditioned behavior that manifests in so many different ways. And an example of that is the post that Brother Kev put up earlier. I'm still disgusted at the compound dysfunction that post is displaying. And it's happening on a regular basis, and it's being reinforced by other groups of women who maybe they have good intentions, but those intentions are doing nothing but crippling their boys. And this is who we got to build with. Go ahead.
Let me tell you something. On the original post itself, she had so many women in agreement with her. Like, I mean, so many. And and I'm a person that likes to kind of click on the profile and see what we're dealing with here. It was a bunch of women with pictures of their kids, no man in sight. Yep. So one is only to assume that, it was a bunch of single mothers agreeing that that it was right for you to do this to this child.
You emasculate
them.
Well, let me ask them a question, Kev, because we talked early on Donnie's channel, You Ain't Shit for Watching. And since we got 3 guys here, I just want to see what the answer is.
Okay.
All right. Just a quick answer, gentlemen. Just a quick answer from each of you. Oh, what happens when a woman hits a man?
You hit her back.
Okay, that's a good answer. But okay, what about the other
reality? In reality, you eat that shit and you remove yourself from a damn situation, so that shit never happens again because it's over after that.
Okay, and what about you, Gerald?
That was me answering, saying you hit.
Oh, my bad. Okay, well, Bill Monger, what did you say?
You grab her by the shoulder, smash her ass up against the wall, look deep in her eyes, say you do that shit again, I'll kill your fucking ass.
Okay, I'm not gonna say any of those were bad answers.
Again.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say any of those were bad answers, but see, what I was saying early on Donnie's show, and basically what we're saying here, we got to get to this point. See, I've taken notice that when a woman hits a man, see what I say is the man's supposed to win the fight. Nobody seems to acknowledge the fact that the man is in the fight. But let a man hit another man, everybody understands it's a fight. If a man hits a woman, everybody understands it's a fight. But when a woman hits a man, nobody seems to have an understanding that man is in a fight.
Oh, we do.
Until we even get to the point where we saying, I'm valuable enough to not be abused by anyone, we got a long way to go.
But that's just it. Like, we know the end result of that. And this is because this emulates what happened on the plantation. it wasn't no instances of men beating the brakes out the nannies. That just didn't happen. That's a good way to get killed at the end of the day. And we see the same dynamic when the state or rather, women draw on the state to outsource their security when you get into those domestic issues. Because how many times is a man going to get hit and then he called the police and he ends up being the one going to jail? Eventually, you just stop even bothering. Or
And
you do what you can to remove yourself from that scenario.
And that's exactly why I say men need to start winning fights.
Well,
if you're gonna go to jail because she started a fight, you might as well win. If you're gonna get killed because she started a fight, you might as well.
I don't
win.
disagree with that at all.
Yeah.
I completely co-sign.
Well, it's and one more thing, you know, when she tells her male relatives what happened, they're not gonna want to hear that shit.
Nope.
Exactly. So you might as well, like Roger saying, you might as well go ahead and go for the gusto. And but let me respond to what God's word says.
Hold on, before you change the subject, because I don't want people who don't understand. I'm in no way advocating toward beating on women, because I don't think anybody should hit anybody. For the dumb listeners out here, this is for the dummies. I'm not advocating that that men should hit women, but I'm also not advocating that women should hit men. But I am advocating that if a person hits you, you are in a fight. And me personally, if you're in a fight, I think you should win. That's just me.
See,
no, that bitch going to jail. That's all I'm saying.
Knowing their nature, right? Can't we assume that they're gonna jump out of pocket like that and have them act right ready? You know, is it they fault? Is it the motherfuckers that let them get away with that shit the first two times where the fucking pattern is established, as opposed to putting the act right down where it's supposed to go?
Because like my thinking is, by the time she feels comfortable enough to try to hit you, you fucked up several times long before then. And I'm not trying to place blame on the dude, but just my experience, because I've never had no chick try and hit me. I wish she would. I made that understood. And whenever anything like that even remotely tried to rear its head with the back talking shit, it's like, you know what? The door is right there. I don't got no time or patience for this shit. It's my damn house. Fuck that. You understand what I'm saying?
I always establish at the very beginning of a relationship, if you hit me, I'm going to beat the brakes off you. Plain and simple.
Facts. That's bound.
Now, my thing is this. A woman trying you ain't got nothing to do with the man she's in front of. The woman trying you is her view of the world up to that point. And there's a lot of women who've been told they can try any man. Don't worry about it. It don't matter how you act with everybody else. He gonna treat you different. Because a lot of women think they special for some reason. So it ain't necessarily got something to do with the man. You know, it could, but it's not necessarily attached to that particular man. It could be attached to all the people she's dealt with before she ran into you. The closest I come to, I had one chick that hit me one time. I punched her in the arm and said, you see, I barely threw a punch. So if I got to hit you again, I'm about to beat the brakes off you, and our relationship is over. Now, if you want to go down this road, I'm fine with it, because I'm not about to lose.
All the chicks I dealt with knew I did martial arts, and they see how I train, so they'd see that as the equivalent to suicide. I'm just being real. So it's hard for me to relate to that.
That makes sense.
I still say we give them too much credit, because most of the violence that I've seen, it started on TV. One of the shows that me and a friend of mine, an ex-sniper that was in the Marines, he said he started seeing it on Jerry Springer, and they slapped the living hell out of people. Now, I always told women when I lived in the States, you walk your ass into the woods and slap a bear, expect to get the SHIT slapped out of you. The worst thing you can do, especially with a black man who's been oppressed, you beat him, you poke him, and you continue to poke him. And I told female this, but once you see that look in his eye, it's a point of no return. You're dead. This has happened in the United States. It happened actually in my hometown of Shreveport about 2 years ago. Well, a female got on Facebook talking all of this smack. Homeboy went over a house with a gun. And the saddest thing is the 16-year-old son stepped in the house. You know what he did? He took out the 16-year-old son. He took her out. And then the dude was bold enough to shoot at the cops, and he survived. Tell Light Vision has put something on us far away from intelligence. But now we understand this Shaka Zulu attitude. You just can't poke a bee's nest. You can't poke a bear. You can't be that stupid and jump in a cage with a lion. Don't expect to get your ass knocked out.
Well, case in point, didn't we just see a situation like a few days ago where what was it? Was it a coke plant? It was some popular plant out in the Midwest.
In Milwaukee,
Dude came and shot the spot up because they were messing with him at work. The brother was working there for like 15 or 17 years, one of the two. And they knew it was a dispute because the dude was messing with him all those years. And everybody had nothing but positive things to say about this brother. And then he just went to work one day and 5 people got shot up, including the dude that he had an issue with. And it was a lot like the way you described just now, Gerald, where folks was on some collateral damage type shit. But that's what it takes to push us on the edge. And that's
let me say this though. The issue is the fact that we accept being poked and prodded. If something happens to me that I don't like, if I'm going to blow up, because see, I do it I'm very calculated in what I do. So if I'm gonna blow up, I'm gonna blow up on purpose because I want to cause a certain scene. I want people to look at certain things, whatever. But if something happens to me that's a real problem for me, I'm gonna let you know immediately. I'm not gonna hold nothing to the side. I ain't gonna relax. I ain't gonna chill. I'm not gonna hold it in my chest. I'm not gonna put stress on myself, and I'm not gonna die at an early age because I'm holding back. I ain't doing none of that. So if something is a problem for me, I'm gonna let it be known right from the beginning, and that's what men need to do. I say all the time, we got to communicate better to women. You can't.
Also, you can't let things build up. You can't let it get to a boiling point.
Exactly.
Because you can't let it get to the point where you start seeing red and then you act like you don't know what happened because of the rage you feel because you had it bottled up and you just couldn't let it go or you couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, because people don't set boundaries at the start of a relationship because they're so psyched to be in one because they don't want to be alone. But that's that Maggle nonsense we keep running into, and that boils back to emulating the relationship state with their moms. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's my advice. Establish things from the very beginning so there won't be any misunderstandings. So they know where you're coming from because people love to try, folks.
Well, let me say this too. My thing is, that should be a rule inside of relationships and outside of relationships. I've been at a job and my boss talked out of pocket to me. I quickly let him know that's a horrible idea for him. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what power you got. This is a horrible idea to talk crazy to me because you're going to see something at the end of that too. And you may be able to say, I can't come back here no more, but you definitely going to remember when I left the last time. But my thing is, I do that in all angles of life. If police officers start talking out of pocket to me, I'm quick to deal with them too. And I let them know that they work for me. I don't work for them. So first of all, we're going to look at the situation the correct way. You're doing the job of your employer, which happens to be me. So we gonna act like you talking to your employer. We ain't gonna even pretend you talking to somebody else. Right. So I do it in all aspects of life. But my thing is, men have to set boundaries with everybody in all forms of relationships, right from Jump Street.
But isn't that one of the definitions of agency at the end of the day, which is what we've been talking about?
Yeah.
That's agency. And so that's the whole key of what this all boils down to, because that's how you establish a will to power. That's the first step. If you can respect yourself, then you begin to get that respect from other people. But we've never been taught that as Black men, what that respect is, because again, we've not been taught to see ourselves as human off the jump, let alone as men. We allot that respect to other groups of people that don't look like us, and that's the whole problem. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say one more thing, because I know there's a lot of brothers who happen to grow up under a single mother. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? My father always been there, and my parents were married when I was born. They did get divorced, so I technically experienced some slight single mother stuff, but I was too well developed at that point for it to really make a difference, because they was together for too long for like me to be done really grew up under a single mother. So I'm not gonna pretend I did, but I remember one time me and my mother had a disagreement, but I'm grown at the time. I don't remember exactly how old I was, but it was early 20s, very, very early 20s. And I told my mother, look, you're my mother. I'm grown. I don't live with you. I do what I want to do. It doesn't make a difference how you feel about anything. As my mother, the only thing you can do for me is give me advice. It's up to me to decide if I want to take it. Know your place. You see what I'm saying? That's
Hey,
my own
hey,
mother that I
do you
love.
think your mother? Do you think your mother could have made you apologize to a black woman that you insulted
My mother wouldn't
for
even.
all the right reasons?
My mother wouldn't even. I doubt my mother would even ask me to apologize to a woman. If I did something to a woman, my mother gonna probably just assume she had it coming. But even if she didn't think she had it coming, I seriously doubt she gonna ask me to apologize anyway.
Roger, I noticed something interesting. I've been sitting around listening to people, black men really relay their stories coming up. And a lot of brothers who come to the same conclusions you do and many others, about that dynamic, have this fateful run-in with their moms. And it's like you can tell who's been dealing with the gynocracy and who's under the influence or not by whether or not they've been able to check their moms.
Mm.
And every time I seen that happen, and I can speak from my own personal experience as well, once she was checked, her behavior did a complete 180 and the relationship improved almost every time.
That's true.
Or they can't handle the truth, because when I was able to find out the story about my old man and the stories, my mother went straight educational denial, and as a matter of fact, she's afraid to talk to me now. Matter of fact, she's afraid to see me. Again, I got that presence of Shaka Zulu. I will
Right.
stare your ass down. But the fact you lied, but just the most powerful thing that's scary, what I told her, you had the power to put an innocent man in jail behind a lie. Just no, not jail. I'm sorry, prison. Just so happened that man was my father. I said, do you know how many men went to jail on false sexual allegations? Click. That's all I.
Yeah, and not only that,
Yep.
and not only that, Gerald, how many lives were wrecked and ruined over a lie
Yeah,
Mm.
that a woman told about a man? I heard about one this afternoon, and it's disgusting and sick. And this is really a person that I stopped really messing with. And this is something over social media. I found out that she lied. Like she lied on her one of her family members and completely destroyed his family.
Wow.
I mean, really, honestly, and that's all I say about that. But honestly, you can't get any lower than that than to try to destroy someone's life over something like that. Because it's like this with men and accusations like that. There's always a guilty until proven innocent.
right.
There's always guilty until proven innocent.
Facts.
Because I mean, people believe that this believe all women thing just started. This believe all women thing has been around for a long time. It's been around for a long time. A woman can literally just say, like, tell one little white lie and destroy a man completely.
Well, that was the
Ask,
whole dynamic
go
with
ahead.
lynching, right?
I was just about to say that. I think his name was either Jesse Washington or James Washington out of Waco, Texas.
Yep.
Man, the lives and the lives of these Caucasian motherfucking women. Oh, I'm sorry. Caucasian women sit and destroy towns. Rosewood was one. Just think those are the ones they told us about.
It's
Think the ones
Oklahoma
they
too.
didn't tell us, you know? So
Or the Emmett Till situation. Like the list goes on, Like even the brother that got hung in Delaware, they did that because he was interracially dating a white chick out there. And there we go again. It goes back to everything Dr. Francis Queswellson was saying. And yeah, Kevin's spot on with all of that. Like this whole dynamic. I just get tired of the intellectual dishonesty when people try to pretend like this isn't what's going on. I really can't stand the dishonesty.
No, I
Yeah,
totally understand that they ain't been hit over the head with the truth very much, and because of social media, we got whole new narratives out here that has never been involved in the media. So of course they're gonna be in denial. So I totally get it. But see, I look at stuff the way it is. So to me, when people say, "Well, well, women can lie," my thing is, when are women not lying?
Fact.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I see it. And people can say what they want to say about it, but women lie so much they start believing their own lies.
What is the thing is illusion is their social conditioning that they won't acknowledge. Everything about them is illusion from how they act, of what they say they value, what they say they have purpose and direction and stuff with, especially at young ages, is that there's the whole thing is look behind our pictures and you see three pimps there. What do pimps do? Okay, pimps provide that motherfucker much needed guidance, and it's not an aspect of just them being able to do it just by being pimps, but understanding that navigation, understanding that they're needed for those chicks to be able to function correctly. And the aspect of where they stand and where we stand in our perspective of being a man and a guidance and a direction and all that, that's actually to assist them with that crazy shit of the dwelling for illusion that they all tend to have, and to bring them back into the real, the whole aspect of that's where our yang energy fits into their yin. You know, they're going to be kind of deep in illusion, because if you notice, they try to focus on every single thing. You can't have a placement in reality when you're trying to focus on every single thing, because it'll drive you fucking batshit crazy. So that's where we come in an aspect of, okay, yeah, let's go this one way instead of these 900 different ways that you keep trying to tell me about that we
Well,
can't focus on.
that's why again they're operating on that rogue dynamic. They all rogue hoes out here. I mean, if you using the pimp analogy, that's rogue hoism. So it's always that chick that thinks she got more game than the pimp that's out there, and so she goes out there. But the difference is she's actually making money. You know, she can hop online. She got all these additional resources. The internet now serves as the connection, so she can cut out the middleman, aka the pimp. She don't need his game no more, because everybody in the pimp game will tell you the whole game is run by hoes.
She still needs this protection at the end of the day, so the pimp ain't about to disappear. But I'm gonna say this: at the end of the day, pimps just allow hoes to be what they want to be.
Yep,
that's all it is to it. Because it ain't like the women didn't want to be hoes. They just gotta input. They need protection to be hoes, because a man will run off and not pay her. That's all it is. So what is the pimp true purpose? It's just to allow the hoe to be a little bit more safe about being a hoe.
Well, here's what's happening. They'll get the beta orbiter to go act as that protection role. And that's why you see a lot of that going on with this whole online dynamic going on, we'll just call it. And a lot of these dudes being willing to participate in the nonsense, the facilitators, i.e. the maggle. And so these are the individuals that are, quote, messing up the game. And as long as they can continue to use men as a battery, you know, as a power source, kind of like I said with the symbiote example, you know, they're going to keep denying the environment that they're in. And it's not going to be until these dudes no longer have the ability to do that, or the desire to do that, that they're going to do the whole come back to the table and negotiate. And we saw a level of that very recently. And what happened? A lot of folks pulled a cipher and went right back into the matrix. And it's why we're seeing a lot of these dumbass talking points coming back up again. You know, the Pookie and Ray Ray nonsense, the nonsense, and all that crap that's been dealt with since 2011. And you know, they're out here resurging with force. But you know, we'll be back out here to the table again once automation kicks in, or you know, with the stock market crash going on right now because the coronavirus things starting to get disrupted because the healthcare system's being bogged down. And folks start getting fired from their retail job, you know, the attitude's going to change again soon, and people be back at the table. That's why, you know, again, that's why I say people need to continue to double down on that self-accountability, self-responsibility, and get your health, wealth, and relationships in order, you know, as far as individual Black men. Because at the end of the day, they will be knocking, trying to renegotiate the contract to get back into the door. You know, I think somebody was speaking on another panel earlier about how, you know, you're going to have family members trying to come back and move in with you. You know, we already see this going on with the grandparents because they're the only ones that probably own property in general, you know, and then, you know, brothers and siblings having to move in, you know, where they're at to double up and stuff like that. And a lot of that nonsense has to be broken down. But this is stuff that immigrant groups are already doing to aggregate their finances. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the environment is going to force people to behave whether they want to or not.
Man, all that ain't gonna matter, because at the end of the day, real talk, because people love to use that dynamic of what do you bring to the table. My thing is, how you gonna get the other guy to sit down at the table? Because and people don't really talk about it, but everybody, the women are always pushing this thing that how they don't need no man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do a video on this soon, but they seem to not recognize the man no longer needs you either.
No, they don't want to see that.
So it's like, so now when things change, how you gonna get the man to sit down at the table to even hear how you trying to renegotiate? Like nobody want to hear it.
They
Right.
want.
I think it's over for them. I don't think they can because
So what's the new
remember I
offer?
told you they're not gonna
What's going to be the offer of yours?
But that's my point. They're gonna be at the table by themselves, which is the point I was trying to make. Because at the same time, we've seen them pull their card. It's like, why would you cooperate with a known terrorist, right? Like it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
You're not going to be able to convince people to go back to a jacked up deal, even if you've agreed to temporarily change, your disposition. Because we know your nature. As soon as you get an opportunity, it'll be back to square one again. And this isn't the first time that's happened. So, they've ruined that opportunity by this point, and I think that's sinking in for a lot of people who they've been waiting on their turn to check out from the game, so to speak, so they can go grab them an orbiter and retire. And when they find that all the orbiters have quit, it's going to be a problem for them. It's going to be a big problem for them, especially when they're no longer going to get that co-opting from the government because the money just isn't going to be there, especially with what Trump wants to do in the near future. I don't know if you guys have seen his budget changes.
Yeah.
But it's like a Ronald Reagan dream, what he's about to do. And the lights finna go out quick and in a hurry. And it's already starting to happen with some of that. But, when that music stops and ain't no chairs for them to sit in, they really going to be in their feelings.
But nameless, look who gave them that position, the Democrats. Because I remember back during the Million Man March, I understood what welfare meant. Reverse the words. It meant farewell. They didn't listen. They put it on Jesus. I'm like, wait, you ain't seen Jesus in your lifetime. Your grandmother ain't seen Jesus in his lifetime. I beg a lot of women, do not negotiate with the welfare system. It's a loan. Trust me, I still got my child support papers, and it was like a bank. It was like, we gave her this, we gonna charge you interest. When I paid off that, I gave them a few choice words, which I still feel so good. That's probably why they're messing with me now in Canada now. Because I don't even have my rights to work yet. And I haven't been working since 2018, man. They sweating me here in this country. That's why I got tired of Canada, because people think that Canada is a safe haven. Trust me, it's British rule. It is over. The same thing you guys are talking about, guess what? On the white side of the fence, the same shit is going on.
Well, you've got a feminism capital out there, especially in Toronto and Montreal. Like they're ridiculous. I mean, you saw what they did to Jordan Peterson. You're out there. It was the same principle. I don't got to tell you, do I?
Nope. But you can tell the rest of the room.
Well, I'm gonna say this though, because my thing is, I'm not sitting around waiting on women to lose a position or lose benefits or anything like that.
Oh yeah.
My thing is just as a man, I do not have this social pressure that women operate as if men still have, that we have to take care of women. No, y'all can work just like I can. So if you starve to death,
it's on you.
That's not a big deal for me.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know you. If you know what I'm saying, I mean, truth be told, if I need to feed some family members, I'll take care of them. If I need to feed some friends, I'll look out for them. But a bunch of people I don't really know personally, I'm not gonna be sitting here sweating if you starving to death. You ain't never been on my team.
Facts. And that's the agency again. The agency. And it boils down to that every single time. And that's what they can't stand. They're not used to seeing black men operate without their permission. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, y'all. It's been 4 hours.
Okay.
Like I'm loving the conversation, but it's sleepy time. So any last words, gentlemen?
I still think that, I think, Roger, I talked to you. Somehow you got to get this information to those brothers about that currency I told you about. And actually, we really can't talk about it on the air, because the backside of this, this is what they don't want, and they watch things like this because I'm telling you, when Trump resets this, goes at that Federal Reserve, some people gonna be sitting pretty good, and then the others, it's gonna be an all-out war. It's gonna be total chaos. So I would tell you, brother, to look into the reset, investigate different cultures, currency, and get a little bit of it. Because when it resets, you're sitting pretty in a trust. That's my words.
Yeah. Yeah, people gonna start eating the rich. That's what you're gonna say.
Something like that.
That's funny.
All right. My final words is I appreciate the show. It was getting really good. I'm gonna say part of that is because I was back. I'm gonna say that now. But real talk. I'm gonna be doing some solo videos on my channel, so I hope folks are still gonna support my channel while they got me on lockdown where I can't do live streams. And I do appreciate all the new subs that's been coming to the channel because I be having them rocking conversations. But at the end of the day, sometimes you be too strong for people and they need me to cool off. I ain't cooling off. I'm just letting them think they gonna cool me off. But as soon as I can be back home, I'm gonna be rocking. But good to meet you, Bill Monger, and good to see you again, Gerald and Nameless.
Yes.
And you know what it is, Kev, the second best habitual line stepper. I appreciate you a great deal for allowing me to bless your show the way I have.
Thank you so much, Rod. I mean,
my last word is thanks for the hospitality, Brother Kev. To everybody watching, know that your potential is their biggest threat. Ergo, your enrichment is your best weapon.
Absolutely.
Dig that.
Yeah, I guess all I got to say is agency over everything, family. Get that first. And you don't owe anybody an explanation or permission for you to do what you want to do. That's the bottom line, period. Kev, thanks for having me up here. It's great chopping it up with y'all. It's good to see you again, Roger. Gerald, it's great to meet you. Bill Monger, it's great to meet you. I'm sure y'all see me out here in these YouTube streets.
Most definitely.
All right.
Definitely. And that is the Nameless Protagonist. And also, all of y'all, do yourselves a favor. Go over to the Enriching Bill Monger channel and please subscribe. Like I said, I'll be
own warning.
Say at your own risk. Just like but we that's what we do with our spaces, and like I said, you will find your audience if you stick around long enough.
I can rock with that.
And also, as far as the original subject, I will say to all the haters out there, like the one who flagged Roger's video and made it difficult for him to to live stream, and the things that and the most recent piece of hate that I received. I would like to say this, guys. Thank you for letting us know we're relevant. I mean, we already knew it. I mean, there was never any doubts for us, but but thanks for the confirmation. That lets us know that we're doing some good things over in our camp,
on the right path.
And at the end of the day, I'm always gonna do, like, on this channel, what's best for this channel. And if what's best for this channel is that I have to carry myself a certain way in the ways of enrichment and as Nameless said, agency, and then that's what I have to do. That's what I have to do. I want things to get better for me and for us, and I do believe I'll quote Vince McMahon on this one. Help yourself, not hurt the other guy. If you use energy to hurt the other guy, you take energy away from what you can do to help yourself. And that's the concept that I want to live by and carry as far as this channel and anything I do. Is like, if I got to if I have to go out of my way to hate you in return, that's time and energy that is taken away from helping things improve. And I always want to be on the side of what's right.
Facts.
You did. yeah, so that's it for now. Thank you for tuning in. I really do appreciate the viewership, the new subs, and thanks to everyone who came on the panel. This show, this show wouldn't have been this show without you guys, and I do appreciate you stopping by and offering it, and especially with nameless. You're a very intelligent guy, man.
Yeah.
Somebody can learn a lot from you. you know.
Shit,
I'm just glad I can contribute, fam. That's all it is. What I'm here for, fam.
Yeah, and also to Donnie, our third habitual line stepper. He was here earlier. Appreciate you stopping by, buddy. Rain and Roman, appreciate her for stopping by also. And am I forgetting anyone?
I think that.
Yeah, I think that was pretty much it. And then and it's enriching Buildmonger's first time on the panel too. So I mean, new people showing up to the panel every show. So I guess I'm doing something right. I guess I am. So, I appreciate all the support from everybody. And that's it. Final statement, haters gonna hate, potatoes gonna potato. And Kev, we trust. Goodbye.
Peace.
Peace.
Take care.